I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
And then I just looked at the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, what's up?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Happy Friday. Hello, jurors. Happy Friday. Hello. Come on in. Take your seats in the jury box. It is Friday. I am 7 minutes late. You want to know why? Because I was just sitting over there in the window, like not paying attention, living my best life, looking out the window because it's a beautiful day. And I was watching dolphins, and I just looked down. And I was like, oh, I'm literally supposed to be live right now. So here we are. I'm a little bit behind. Me and Lucy were enjoying our Friday morning. So, but now I'm still enjoying my Friday morning, but just now with a bunch of my closest friends instead of just my dog and some dolphins. So good morning. I'm in a good mood today. It is Friday. It's going to be a good day. And we have, because I'm, horrible and forget these things. I forgot it yesterday, but I forgot to show it. Our mod of the week, and it just keeps getting later and later in the week every time, because then I forget these things. But our mod of the week this week, Miss Angie Burr herself. So thank you, Angie Burr, for all that you do. Thank you for, everything. I could list what the mods do, but there's so much that they do. So much that they do. So thank you to Angie Burr for getting this party started, keeping this party going, and all that you contribute to our little family, our happy little family. Good morning. I am very, 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 very lucky to have the mods that I have here. We have just like the best group that I could ask for, and I'm very happy. Dave, good morning from Hillsboro, Oregon. Good morning, Dave. Happy 3-month anniversary. It's our anniversary. I feel like I don't have to look at me go. Hold on. I forgot I have these again. It's our anniversary. Happy anniversary. I'm so glad you're here. I will tell y'all, while I'm getting this pulled up, I will tell y'all that I did put in a FOIA request yesterday for the interviews so that we could watch the full police interviews. They denied me because I don't live in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. So found a way around that and found somebody who does live in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and I refiled the FOIA request. And so now I am waiting to hear back. So hopefully we can get copies of the police videos where they are talking to Anwan, and one for Brice, and one for Jacory. And I requested the one for Tieran too. But I've never seen clips of that one. I'm sure they have to have it. I don't know where it is. But anyway, so I got all my FOIA requests in. So I'm hoping that we get to see those. So I will keep y'all updated. I'm going to keep a watch on it today. By the time I filed the other one yesterday, it was getting later in the afternoon. So they responded to that one pretty quick with a big old, nope, you don't live here. But the second one that I sent, it was after hours. So, I'm hoping that we hear back today at some point when they open up. So I will keep an eye on that. It would be lovely if I hear back and they actually possibly sent them this morning, possibly before court or before lunch rather, so that way we can watch them at lunch. That would be amazing. But if not, even if they can send them, I guess they're not doing lunch today, are they? They're leaving at 1:15 or whatever. So maybe if they can do it before they leave for today, that would be awesome. If not, it's something we can watch together next week. So, because we'll be here next week too. We'll be here next week. It's a big day. It's a big day. Thank you. Oh yeah. Blue is my favorite color to wear. And it makes my eyes look bluer. But when I wear gray, my eyes are gray, which is weird. They're always blue until I wear gray, and then my eyes turn gray. Or if I'm mad, they turn gray, which is weird, right? Weird, but that's good. Bob in the house, bright and early stream. Yes, Bob. They start in about it's scheduled to start in, let's see, 2 minutes and 43 seconds. So today's going to be a big day, y'all. Big day. Yesterday was a short day. It was shorter than normal. They let everybody go at, what was it, like 3:00, which 3:00 my time, right? I don't remember. It's all running together, which would be 4:00 their time. So they did let them out a little bit early yesterday. And then today is going to be a short day. So it is, they're 9:15 to, what they said, 9:15 to 1:15 today or something. So short day today, which is why I'm hoping that my FOIA requests come through before they end today, because what a great way to end the week by, watching those. That would be awesome. So that's the plan. Oh, look who decided to join the party. Little Miss Lucy. Don't shame her for wearing the same shirt as yesterday, because she slept in this one and I was planning on changing her this morning. But like I said, I lost track of time and realized I'm supposed to be live right now. So she is in the same. Oh, that's not ladylike, Lucy. Let's take her off for a minute and give her a moment. Let's give her a moment. But yeah, she's in the same shirt from yesterday, but that's okay. I'm so excited for today. I'm hoping that we hear from Tyrion. I can't say his name. I'm hoping that we hear from him today. Somebody is at my house. I'll be right back. Okay. Weird. It's a popular place to be here this morning, apparently. Our little construction people are still doing stuff. So they know that I'm live, and I fuss at them all the time for being loud. So they're checking to see if they can do this side now or wait till this evening or afternoon. So I told him this afternoon because since we'll be ending early anyway. Oh, I'm glad they at least asked me. If they just started, I'd have been mad. All right, so we're waiting on court fee to start. Let me do, because I know people are going to pop in and ask. So let me go ahead and pull it up, and we can do this while we're watching. Let me look at me multitasking. Did I take my medicine? All right, so quick recap for those who missed any part of yesterday. We heard yesterday from Jacory, which was, it was kind of a heartbreaking testimony, wasn't it? That one affected me a lot. I felt really sad about that one. And especially when he cried, like, you know, you can tell, I think there have been defendants that have got up, you know, on the stand before and cried, you know, where it just doesn't seem authentic. It doesn't seem genuine. And I feel like for him, it felt authentic and it felt genuine. And you could see the trauma as he was talking about things. And he was very respectful on the stand too, which is a good thing. I was a little bit concerned with, oh, I forgot about the top 3 presentation. I'll do it on our break. I have it written down. I just forgot. You know, I can only remember so much on a Friday morning. I'll do it on our break though. I hearing him yesterday, it was one of those things that I feel like as he's telling a story, you could really see the trauma in his face and see how, you know, how upset he was, like how hard it was for him. And, you know, him being so young when all of this happened and having to go through such a traumatic event so young, I think it was really hard to watch. I think it was to me, it was really hard to watch. I feel like even though he's older now, I still, as I'm watching him, I feel like I was still seeing, you know, a 17-year-old kid who's going through, you know, like reliving the worst trauma of his life. And then even the stuff about, like, you know, he didn't have a place to stay and his cousin just, you know, was telling him, like, don't hang out with this guy and he's no good. And, you know, he was wanting to go stay with the brothers, but they were over here. And just the way that everything happened. And, you know, and him and Anwan both saying, like, if they had not gone along with things, they would have, you know, it would have ended for them too. Just that, you know, I feel like to be so young, like, you should be worried about, you know, your like test on Friday, or, you know, your like what movie you're going to go see with your friends this weekend, or, you know, like your basketball game or what, like things like that. Like, so to worry about having to, you know, watch everything you say and do for fear of your life and to go through that trauma, it was really, really sad. I think it was really sad. I think it kind of gave us some insight into just how much of a piece of dog crap Brice is. Because keep in mind, these were kids and this is a 25-year-old man. And I think it's really sad. So I'll be curious to see what Tyrion has to say. I think he was 19 at the time. He was still younger, but I'm curious to see what he has to say. But yeah, I believe he was truthful too. To me, everything that he said came across as, you know, genuine and honest. I'm glad that he didn't get caught up too on the cross-examination, because I could feel him shutting back down again at first, the way that the attorney was coming after him. So I'm glad that he didn't. I'm glad that he stayed respectful and answered.
You mean like an easel board, right? Maybe right here in front of, I mean, I don't care where you put it, but maybe right here in front of the bench. You know, it's like you don't want to be too far, they can't see it. But then you want, guess what? I don't know, does your witness need to see it too? Okay. You talking about me?
No.
I was like, I mean, I don't need to really see it unless I have to.
You see it?
I mean, you all can also move around. I was gonna say, if I need to see it, I'll just come down there.
What do you think? Is it too far away if we move it back a little so I can see it? So, okay, we should have.
How come all of our hot mic moments are never exciting? I'm always like hoping that we'll get to hear something exciting.
Out of state, sir. Out of state.
Submit your invoice.
Him and those duck lips. Ugh. Him and those duck lips. Oh, did y'all see too? I got the notification. I didn't get it till this morning when I woke up, but Charlie Adelson's new mugshot. You know, I told y'all yesterday I got the notification from Vine that he had been moved from Leon County Jail. He was moving to custody of Florida Department of Corrections. So I got the notification again. And he has his new mugshot and his hair is gone.
All right, they can come on in.
I posted it on Twitter. I put it was a Maestro makeover. Well, let me show y'all real quick before they start. Maestro makeover brought to you by the Florida Department of Corrections. Here, we'll cover him for a second. That's his new mugshot. Somebody called him Balky from Perfect Strangers, and now I can't unsee it. He does look like Balky, doesn't it? Balky Bartakamus. Wasn't that his name? Bartakamus. And now that's all I see. That and what's that clown on The Simpsons that has the hair that comes out like this? Him too. Oh, look who decided to join us again. She had to bark at the construction workers for a minute. Let them know who's boss. Krusty. He was the one with the hair.
You guys are pros now. It's great.
Good morning. Hello, y'all. Oh, Bozo. Maybe that was it. Bozo. I don't know. They all
Sure, take your time.
weird-haired clowns all run together for me. And that's definitely what Charlie was.
You all can all sit down if you'd like. Anybody have anything that they need to report or talk about? Okay, great. Ms. Jones-Brown, are you prepared to call your next witness? Thank you.
Who? I might need to boost this. I forgot. Sometimes I can't hear anything, and then sometimes they're too loud. Let's try this again. I don't like it when he holds pens either. He needs to put those down. Good morning. Hello, y'all joining us. Come on in. Take a seat.
Good morning.
Happy
Raise
Friday.
your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. You can have a seat.
Who we got?
Good morning. Could you tell the jury your name, please?
My name is Lauren McCann.
Where do you work?
I'm employed at the Central Forensic Lab, which is located in Frankfurt.
And who runs the central lab?
It's all the laboratory systems are under the Kentucky State Police.
What sort of education and training do you have for your position?
So I have a bachelor's of science in forensic science with an emphasis in biology from Eastern Kentucky University. Upon being hired at the laboratory, I underwent extensive in-house training under qualified analyst and the technical leader at the time, doing written exams, oral exams, observing casework of qualified analyst, as well as being competency tested in each bodily fluid.
How long have you worked at Central Lab?
8 years.
And what is your position title?
I'm a forensic scientist specialist too, and I test items for the possibility of bodily fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva.
Did you receive items of evidence in this case in 2016?
Yes, I did.
And what did you receive?
The typer.
Yes.
The typer already loud on a Friday morning.
So I received a blood standard from Larry Ordway, a blood standard from Maurice Gordon Jr., a buckle standard from Christopher Jensen, a buckle standard from Lenny Frazier, a buckle standard from John Lyle, a buckle standard from Emily Sutherland, a buckle standard from Brice Rhodes, a buckle standard from Anwan Carter, a buckle standard from Ja'Cory Taylor, left hand fingernail scrapings from Larry Ordway, right hand fingernail scrapings from Larry Ordway, a leather strap from Larry Ordway, right hand fingernail clippings from Maurice Gordon Jr., 2 knives, 4 pieces of carpet cuttings, 2 carpet padding cuttings, a blanket, pillow, a towel, sheet, carpet cuttings, a sock, a latex glove, washcloth, and paper towel, a Nike shoe, a Reebok shoe, an Air shoe, swabs from the front driver's side interior door of a Mazda, swabs from steering wheel of Mazda, swabs from gear shift of Mazda, swabs from front driver's seat recline lever of Mazda, swabs from interior rear driver's side door handle of Mazda, swabs from rear passenger side interior door handle of Mazda, swabs from swabs from front passenger side interior door handle of Mazda, swabs from front passenger seat recline lever of the Mazda, swabs from driver's seat back near the headrest of Mazda, swabs from interior door seal, rear driver's side door of Mazda, swabs from rear passenger side floorboard of Mazda, and Timberland boots.
Write some of these down. How do you and LMP work to ensure that you all know what each other's talking about?
Sorry.
Are there numbers
yes.
associated?
Yeah, so the agencies always have their numbers of the items that they collect. And then when it comes to the laboratory, they're given unique identifier numbers and a lab number when it comes into the laboratory. That way it's tracked through the laboratory system.
So,
So my numbers will look a little different.
for instance, on the carpet cuttings, is there an LMP number and a lab number?
Yes.
What would the LMP numbers?
So for the carpet cuttings, I have 63A, another carpet cutting 63B, another carpet cutting 63E, another carpet cutting 63F, and then I've got carpet padding cutting 64B, another carpet padding cutting 64C, and then carpet cuttings I have 75.
So when we're saying 63 ABC, does that mean they all came from what started out as 63?
That would have been the number that from the submission form that it was assigned from the law enforcement agency that submitted it.
When you receive items, what state are they in? How does LMPD send them to you?
Yeah, so we have a quality assurance standard being at the laboratory. Every item that comes to the laboratory is properly sealed based off of the qualifications in our quality assurance manual. And so what I mean by a proper seal is it will be taped so that there's no openings. And the person that was last either opened the item would put their initials over the tape.
when you received the items in this case, what did you do with them?
Yeah, so when I received these items and pulled them from the freezer, I performed serological analysis.
And what does that mean?
Yeah, so it's the identification of bodily fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva.
How do you do that?
Yeah, so for blood testing, there's two different tests at the laboratory. I'm going to explain the test first. We have a presumptive test, which what I mean by presumptive test, it's a test used that a positive result is a good indication that a bodily fluid is present. If that result is positive and there's enough staining present, I can take that sample forward for a confirmatory test, which conclusively determines that bodily fluid to be present. So when I'm opening an item, I'll do a visual examination and look for any possible staining that could possibly be blood. I then would perform that presumptive test. The presumptive test is looking for a component found in blood, and in the presence of this component, it turns a swab a pink color. The absence of that pink color is the negative result. And then if that sample is positive and there's enough staining there, I can take it forward to that confirmatory test. And it's similar to a pregnancy test. A portion of the sample is added onto a card, and 2 lines will indicate a positive result and 1 line will indicate a negative result.
Okay. And so for all these items, did you go through and do a presumptive test and then move on to the next test?
So we'll open, every item is opened separate from other items. So each item, if I did perform the presumptive test and wanted to test it for the confirmatory test, it would have been done right after.
And is it your role to test these items against the DNA submitted by known persons and to conclude if people's DNA is on the items?
Yeah, no, so I just test for the possible presence or absence of bodily fluids. And then if I have any positive items, send it forward for DNA analysis.
Does another analyst do the next step?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to go through these items. Let's see, you tested item 20, the strap. What did you find?
So I have presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 20, the leather strap, but the presence of blood could not be confirmed through further analysis.
So what does that mean?
So I have written in my notes that the staining, so whenever I'm testing an item for blood, if there's not good transfer from the item swabbing, I'm deeming it QNS hemotrace, which is our confirmatory test. So the quantity was not sufficient. I didn't want to consume any more of that sample from a preliminary standpoint and sent the sample on for DNA analysis.
And did you do any testing of the fingernails?
I apologize if I misspoke. Sorry, I did test this one with hemotrace. I'm sorry. I did test it for the confirmatory test and it was negative. I apologize. The strap.
Okay, so presumptive positive but not for the confirmed.
Yes, that is.
Did you test the fingernails?
No, I did not.
Did you send those off?
Test the what? She needs to get in front of the microphone.
Yes, I did.
Let's see, the next on the list is the each knife. What did you find on the first?
No blood was found on the knife. No blood was found on the knife.
How do you, did they send you the actual knife?
Yes.
And so how do you,
Yeah, so I would open the items separately and the entire item will be tested. So I will test for the possible presence of blood. If there is, if I do have a positive result, I can then take swabs from the handle for owner user swabs.
looks like the next on the list is carpet cuttings.
Carpet cuttings. She's so hard to hear.
You actually had 4 different carpet cuttings, correct?
5.
Was it 2 carpet padding cuttings?
Yes.
And 4?
Morning.
I have 5 listed on my.
So for the group of carpet cuttings. We'll get to the carpet cuttings in a second. What did you find on those? I think, the first one would be number 24. Numbers.
Items 24, the carpet cutting contains blood. Presumptive testing for human origin was positive. So I took it forward, that presumptive test was positive, and then took that sample on for the confirmatory test. It was positive as well. So it confirmed that blood is present. However, our test at the laboratory is presumptive for human origin because our test cards can also test positive for ferret blood, human blood, and higher primates.
Ferret blood?
Yes.
So I am on this chart in a circle in red when it is
Okay.
distinguished from the unconfirmed. What was the, and so when you confirm blood, is that the end of your analysis?
Yes.
What happened with the next one? 25.
Presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 25, the carpet cutting. So it was just positive for that presumptive test. And I did not take it forward for a confirmatory test.
You did not?
I did not, no.
And why is that?
So this exact cutting, no apparent staining was visualized. So when no apparent staining is visualized, I'm going to perform something called a comprehensive swab. So I'm going to be testing that entire item for the possible presence of blood. So where I can't visually see staining, I collected swabs from the carpet cutting that will go straight on for DNA analysis.
So I've written lab 24, CSU 63 on this carpet so that we can keep this one straight when we talk to the next.
Okay.
Was there further testing of other carpet?
No blood was found on item 26, the carpet cutting.
What about 27?
Presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 27, the carpet cutting.
Because two of the carpets have
She needs a microphone.
I have 34. Presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 34, carpet cuttings.
And then the carpet paddings, there were, I believe, 2 of those.
Yes.
And those were CSU, our LMPD members over there.
Lab number 28, CSU 64B, then 29 and 64C.
What were the lab? What was the lab?
Oh, sorry, 28. 9, yes.
So what was the result of 28?
Item 28, the carpet padding contains blood. Presumptive testing for human origin was positive.
So you concluded that was
Confirmed that it was blood. However, it's presumptive for human origin. Yes.
will the next analyst confirm if it is human or not?
So our DNA analysis at the laboratory is human specific.
And then 64C.
Presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 29, carpet padding cutting, but the presence of blood could not be confirmed through further analysis.
Then you received a blanket. What was the LMPD number and what was the lab number?
The lab number was 30 and the CSU number was 67.
Good morning.
Okay. And what was the result of that?
Sorry, I was looking at the CSU number. Item 30, the blanket contains blood. Presumptive testing for human origin was positive.
So that's sent on then?
Yes, I did send 2 cuttings from the blanket on for DNA analysis.
What about the pillow?
Presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 31, the pillow. I did not send on that in the initial submission due to the fact that it was a small, per my notes, cutting from the fringe of the pillow, so it wasn't a good sample to send forward in the initial submission for DNA.
What about the towel?
Thank you, Anne.
Presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 32, the towel, but the presence of blood could not be confirmed through further analysis. Presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 33, the sheet, but the presence of blood could not be confirmed through further analysis.
You already spoke to this perfect up here, right?
34, I have presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 34, the carpet cuttings.
What about your items 36, glove?
So presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 36, the washcloth, but the presence of blood could not be confirmed through further analysis. I did not do any analysis on the glove or the paper towel.
Debbie's here. Thank you. Thank you for giving membership. Went to Erica.
A shoe that
Yes. So I have item 37, CSU 80. It's a Nike shoe.
Ricky Watson, thank
No
you for
blood
giving
was
5
found
memberships.
on the Nike shoe. The Reebok shoe. Presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 38, the Reebok shoe.
and I'm sorry, but just to be clear, items, your item 30 is CSU 67. And then just going down this list, we have 68, 69, 71. Let's see, the glove would be carpet 75, glove 79, and Reebok shoe 81.
Yes.
Did you test any of the swabs from the Mazda that you received?
I tested.
Thank you, Ricky Watson.
The
Lindsay Hendricks,
swabs
Ange Carter,
from the
Anna Finke.
driver's seat back near the headrest of the Mazda, and that was presumptive testing for blood was positive.
Hey Thomas and Angela Zamora. Get the memberships by Ricky Watson. Thank you.
And was that confirmed?
No, it was just the presumptive test. And I also tested the no blood was found on the swabs from interior door seal, rear driver's side door.
What about rear passenger side?
And no blood was found on the passenger side floorboard.
Okay. And then you tested a pair of boots.
Yes. Item 51, the boots contain blood. Presumptive testing for human origin was positive.
Did we cover everything?
I believe so, yes.
And did you find some hair?
Yes, I collected some hair from items, which is routine, so that if the trace section utilizes them at a later time, that they're collected off of the item.
When was your report complete and sent back to OMPD?
My report was issued on February 7th, 2017, and the items would have been released after that.
Spelled towel with 2 L's.
They were released at the end of February, it appears.
And by release, did you send some on for further analysis and some back to LMPD?
Yeah, so I sent some samples for positive that were positive for DNA analysis, and then the other items will be returned to the submitting agency.
So did you send all the blood standards and buccal standards on for the next analyst?
Yes, that is correct.
And what else did you send to the next analyst?
So all the standards, the left hand fingernail scrapings from Larry Ordway, the right hand fingernail scrapings from Larry Ordway, the leather strap from Larry Ordway, the right hand fingernail clippings from Maurice Gordon. 24.1 is cutting from carpet. 24.2, cutting from carpet. 28.1, the cutting from the carpet padding. 28.2, a cutting from the carpet padding. 30.1, a cutting from blanket. 30.2, a cutting from blanket. 34.4, cutting from carpet. 41, the swabs from the steering wheel of the Mazda. 42, swabs from gear shift of the Mazda. 44, swabs from interior rear driver's side door handle of the Mazda. 48, swabs from driver's side seat back near headrest of Mazda. 51.1, swabs from left boot. 51.2, swabs from left boot. 51.5, swabs from right boot were held for DNA analysis.
Now, you said you sent 2 different swabs from, for instance, the carpet cutting and the carpet padding cutting. Why did those get broken into?
So when I'm testing an item such as a carpet padding, and if there's a positive area, I would take either a swab or a cutting from that large item to send that small portion on for DNA analysis. The DNA analyst won't get the bulk item.
So did you take more than 1 swab from, for instance, a piece of carpet?
Yes, yes.
More than 1 swab from a piece of carpet padding?
Yes, I took multiple cuttings from the carpet and carpet padding.
Good morning.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Oh, now she finds the microphone.
Defense, do you have any questions? Okay.
I'm going to start off with an easy one. My report has a different last name for you.
Yes,
Right?
yes.
That has changed.
Yes, it has changed. I was Wickline when I issued the report. Yes.
That confused us for a second. I want to look at.
Get it together, fella. Welcome, those of y'all joining us.
Back to that. When you're doing your testing, I think you told us you test lots of cases. This is your job. You're doing this all day.
Yes, that's correct.
When you have a case like this, the reason that you have sort of a variety of possible results is because you're casting a wide net, right? You're trying to figure out as much as you can from each piece of evidence.
Yeah, so I'll test. Yeah, I'll test and collect based off of the positive results. That is correct.
Now, one thing you were talking about is presumptive tests. A presumptive test is not a positive test. That doesn't necessarily tell you what the ultimate conclusion is.
Right. It's a good indication that a bodily fluid can be present, but that's correct. It cannot conclusively determine that.
So when you get that, that's sort of an indication to you, hey, we should look more at this.
That's correct. Yes.
And there are we've already heard testimony in this case about things like Blue Star and luminol. Those are other examples of presumptive tests.
Yes, they are. We don't utilize them at the laboratory, but they are used out in the forensics field.
I was going to ask you that. Yeah. So your presumptive test is a different sort of presumptive test.
Yes, that is correct.
But you're familiar with those.
Yes.
And those are also presumptive tests that are used to say, to look at something and say, maybe there's something here worth testing.
Yeah, that is correct.
But they're not the ultimate answer to the question, right?
Right, yes. It does not conclusively determine a bodily fluid to be present.
There are multiple things that, for example, can make luminol or Blue Star hit. Maybe I shouldn't use, is that the right word? You guys say a hit?
Well, I don't utilize that testing, so I don't. There are other, I know it's not, there are other things that can test positive. Yes.
And you told us that there are multiple things that can cause a positive test. Let me be careful. Presumptive, yes. A presumptive positive test.
Yes, there are other things that can test positive.
So that's why some of the things that you got a presumptive positive result actually ended up not producing a result for blood, right?
Yes, there are many reasons why. Yeah, that is a possibility. There also it could be an older stain. It could be a limited nature. So there are other things. But yes, that could be a reason why it's a presumptive positive, but not confirmatory for blood.
Okay. And the reason you're doing that is to try and get the accurate result, right?
Yes.
And you don't want to guess. Right, that's bad science, right?
Yes,
Guessing
no, we
is
do
bad
not
science.
guess at the laboratory.
So I want to walk you through a little bit of what you were just testifying about. I may jump around a little.
Okay.
If I am confusing, tell me.
Okay.
You examined 2 knives, and I think I'm going to use. Your report has 2 different numbers.
Yes.
So should I be using the ones that are in the brackets, or should I be using the other one?
You can use the other one. That would be good.
All right. So, and the jury may not care about this, but I just want to make sure you and I are talking about the same things. So I'm talking about number 22 and number 23.
Okay.
All right. Those were 2 different knives.
Yes.
And you examined those.
Yes. Item 22 was a chef-mate knife. And then item 23 was a stainless steel knife with a black handle.
Okay. Both of them are different types of kitchen knives. Is that fair? One said it had the word chef in it.
Yeah, I put in quotation marks. That was what was on the actual knife itself. I don't have any indication of if there was any words on the other one.
Sure. I guess I was just trying to distinguish, since we don't have a picture of it. We they're not butter knives.
Right.
They're more. I'm not trying to be tricky here. They're knives that you would have in the kitchen. Right?
Based off of my notes, yes.
Okay. And both of those knives were tested by you.
Yes, that is correct.
And you were able to conclusively testify that there was not blood on either one.
No blood was found on either of, let's see here.
All right. You also did some testing of, I shouldn't say the Mazda because it's swabs from the Mazda. Right?
Yes, that is correct.
You actually got a lot of swabs from the Mazda, right? But term a lot is probably not one you like. How about this? You got 10. Is that right?
Yes, roughly, yes.
And based on the information you were given, they were from a variety of spots.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. You said one was a question mark. You weren't sure. And I think you said maybe you sent it on. Is that right? Number 48.
So I have presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 48, the swabs from the back headrest or back seat near the headrest.
And then you sent that on then to the lab?
Yes, that is correct.
But you were given 9 other spots, and those different spots from around the Mazda were negative. They showed no blood.
So I did not test the other ones. I just sent them straight for DNA analysis.
Okay. I thought that there were some that you had tested and they came back negative. For example,
49. Yes.
49
Sorry.
and also 50,
50,
right?
yes. Sorry.
Okay.
Yes. So the 49, the swabs from the interior door seal and the rear passenger side floorboard. No blood was found. Yes.
I think he's just trying to like muddy the waters.
I'm going to try.
Yeah.
I'm getting
So none of this is like, none of his questioning is really gonna change science. But at least he's using a microphone, unlike the other attorney. So I'll take it. And I mean, a lot of the stuff that she's given, a lot of the information that she was given is just the presumptive testing and then sending it further for further analysis. But this is the part that
I apologize, but you guys don't have any photos, do you?
it's the part that's not as captivating as some of the rest of it.
Can you all come up for a second? I think I can help.
I've got the Hannah Payne sentencing down here to kind of watch to see when it happens. If we're in like a painfully boring part of what they're doing, then that would work out great, actually. To see what her sentence is. We'll watch her sentence. But the victim, if they're doing victim impact statements and all that, we're not going to pause for all of that right now, but we can watch the sentence. I just don't want to miss any of this trial.
Thanks, John. Great work, John.
What's on his phone?
I'm bad at.
Oh, he's watching it on.
I apologize for that.
That's the judge. He's.
With some assistance, I have now found.
It looks like the judge. It looks like he's watching.
Okay. But these are photos that we saw of the Mazda.
Okay.
All right. And in particular, this is, do you recognize, you said you don't use Blue Star, but but you're familiar with how it works?
Yes, I am familiar with it.
Okay. And this is a photo that was shown to the jury. I'm showing the witness photo number, exhibit number 137. And you can see the blue lighting up there, which is a presumptive positive for Blue Star, right?
Yes, presumptive for blood, yeah, or presumptive test used with Blue Star, yes.
This exhibit 137 is actually a photo of the rear floorboard from the Mazda, which would line up with which of your items?
The passenger side floorboard?
Yes.
No blood was found on the swabs from the rear passenger side floorboard of Mazda.
Okay, so he's showing that.
So a
Picture.
positive or presumptive positive result from Blue Star, for example, when tested further by the lab, shows in fact no blood.
Yes, presumptive or no blood was found on item 50, the swabs from the floorboard.
All right, I promise I won't show you any more photos. I want to turn to a different item that you tested, which did show
not only presumptive, but actually showed blood, and that is the item 51. Am I right that you actually broke down, well, first, let's, so the jury knows, we're talking about Timberland boots.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. You actually tested that in multiple spots, is that right?
Yes. So the boots were black. I swabbed some visual staining in my notes, but also performed comprehensive swabs too. So any positive areas I did take forward for DNA analysis.
Can you explain to the jury why that item was treated a little bit differently?
Okay, real quick, I want to pause this just to kind of bring up what he just said, because this stuff gets really boring and I know we kind of tune it out sometimes. But those pictures that he were just showing, remember the pictures that he showed of the or not he, the pictures that they showed of the rear floorboard where the blue star was lit up. So he's pointing out that that was not blood on there. However, remember, we've been through enough trials to know that blue star can also pick up on, like it can light up for cleaning products. And they said that the car smelled like bleach. So it's not quite the, gotcha moment I think he, would hope for, but he's still pointing it out anyway.
You got it as one item, but you broke it down into multiple. How does that work?
So the sub items that were created were the positive collections from the item itself. And so the DNA analyst doesn't get the bulk item. We'll take either swabbings or cuttings from items and send those for DNA analysis.
And in fact, on those boots, how many spots or items did you isolate?
I took 8 different swabs from the boot, but only sent a few on for the first round of DNA testing.
Why did you take so many from one item?
So the staining, per my notes, was pretty small. The areas were pretty small, so just sending additional items on for DNA analysis.
Well, I'm going to contrast that for a second with, for example, items 37, 38, and 39. Those were also shoes, sneakers to be specific. But am I correct that you did not do multiple swabs on those?
So for the item 37,
was the Nike shoe.
No blood was found on item 37, so I wouldn't have collected anything from that.
Right.
The Reebok shoe, I have, that was a comprehensive swab and it was positive in one area. So I took the collection of that one area. And then 39.
First back headrest?
It was the same. Let's see here. I took one sub item from item 29 as well, or 39, I apologize.
Okay.
Yes.
But from the Timberland boots.
Or 2 swabs, sorry.
No, you're fine. From the Timberland boots, it ended up being 8 swabs, right?
Yes. Based off of getting both of the shoes, I just collected multiple areas from each shoe.
And in fact, those swabs tested positive for blood.
Some of them did, yes.
Yes, some of them. No,
Yes.
I am. And those were sent on further to the lab.
Yes, that is correct.
And when you get things from the field, you have information, they're sealed.
Yes.
And you have information, the chain of custody is what I'm going to call it. I think. Part of your job is to maintain a chain of custody.
Yes, that is correct.
And you rely upon the information that you were given.
Yes, that is correct.
You don't go back out and reinvestigate the case or anything.
Right, that is correct.
So when you're doing your work, your results are based upon, in part, the information that you received from the field.
Yeah, it could be location, but the testing is performed based off of our training and procedures at the laboratory.
So you have no way of knowing, other than what you get in that material, exactly how the procedures were or were not followed prior to you receiving it.
Yes, that is correct. I can only testify to when the items come into the laboratory and are given that chain of custody from the lab.
So you have to presume that it's legitimate when you receive it,
Yes, that is correct.
but you don't know.
I can't testify to anything that's prior to me doing my analysis. Just that when it comes to the laboratory, our quality assurance is from this time that the items are into the laboratory to where they leave, that they're being tracked and maintained of high quality.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
The only thing that was really, I mean, that was all kind of a nothing burger, honestly.
This has previously been entered.
Oh my gosh, the microphone lady, the
What is
microphone.
this? Do you recognize this?
Yes, I can recognize it. It has that unique identifier on the yellow label on the front. That's the unique identifier that it gets when it comes to the laboratory and is tracked through. I can tell based off of our lab number and the item number and my initials on the yellow label that that was an item that I processed.
And what item number is this?
It is the blanket,
Okay.
item 30.
Is this also something that the lab looks at?
Yes, that is item 29, the carpet padding cutting.
And just for the record, this is 135 for the purposes of our exhibit. And would all the other items that you examined have been similarly taped?
Yes, that is correct.
No other questions, sir.
All right, thank you for being here. You're free to go.
All right, well, that was about as exciting as DNA usually is.
Come a little close, Stephen Barrett.
Or not DNA, but presumptive testing. They're showing up over here. Let's see who Stephen Barrett is.
Good morning. Have you raised your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. You may have a seat.
If it's the next testing dude, we'll pause it and watch.
Could you tell the jury your name, please?
My name is Stephen Barrett.
Where do you work?
I work at the Kentucky State Police Central Forensic Laboratory in Frankfort, Kentucky.
What is your position there?
My current position is Forensic Laboratory Supervisor. So at the time of processing this case, I was a forensic scientist specialist too.
And what?
Okay, so this is going to be more testing. We can listen to it at 1.25 speed if y'all want to watch the Hannah Payne sentencing for a moment and then watch all of the testing stuff at 1.25 speed. Or do you want to keep going with the testing information? Oh, Hannah's delayed until 10:30. They started moving around. Well, then we'll keep it on down here, but we'll listen to
training,
more testing.
Education and further training did you have for that position?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Western Kentucky University. And then upon being hired at the laboratory, I underwent serology and DNA training.
Did you analyze items in this case?
I did.
And did you receive those from Lauren McCann, who just testified?
Lauren McCann placed the items into our temporary evidence cooler, and then I took them from there.
And are the items tracked through the lab to make sure they are secure?
They are.
So I would like to go through these items. Did you receive a number of blood standards and buccal standards?
I did.
To compare against each item?
I did.
Did you analyze the left hand fingernail scrapings from Larry Ordway?
Yes.
And what did you conclude?
Was it fingernail scraping? Is that what he said?
No DNA profile foreign to Maurice Gordon Jr. was found on item 21.1. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. You said left-hand fingernail scrapings from Larry Ordway, didn't you? My apologies. That one was 18. Also, no DNA profile foreign to Larry Ordway was found on item 18.
So that means that his DNA was there, but nobody else's.
There was no DNA that was not associated with him. That's correct.
And how can you tell the jury about how you do that analysis?
Sure. The initial analysis with fingernail clippings, it would start with taking 2 swabs, moistening them with sterile water, swabbing over the surface of those swabs as the collection step. And then that and all the other samples that are processed for DNA analysis start with an extraction. And so the extraction is where we are purifying the DNA. We're getting rid of all the other cellular content that's available on the sample. Once we have the DNA purified, we want to know how much DNA we have. That's called our quantitation step. And after quantitation, the quantitation lets us know, do we have enough DNA to proceed with analysis? And if we do have a lot of DNA, we want to normalize it to an amount that we know works best for our systems. If we have too much DNA, then we can't observe anything because there's just so much blowing out our systems and it makes it hard to read the profile. So we normalize it to this amount that through our validation, we know works best for the systems that we have. Once we've done that, we're able to separate it out and develop a profile. And to us, these profiles look like peaks, like ridges. And those ridges are all associated with a number based on the number of times the DNA repeats at that location. And those numbers are what we're using for comparisons.
Were you analyzing
DNA means
what
no
substances were
fighting
you
back.
looking for? In this case, would it be blood? Would it be touch DNA?
So the DNA would be consistent. DNA is the same throughout your body. And so for this analysis, it's looking at whatever DNA is present on the sample that's being processed.
So does it matter if it's, can you tell if something is blood, urine, semen, touch, skin cells?
No, because the DNA is the same throughout the body, there isn't a way to distinguish at DNA analysis if the sample or if the DNA came from blood or skin cells or hair or whatever the source may be.
And is that why you rely on the previous testing to tell you if the blood was confirmed or unconfirmed?
That's part of it. The previous testing also on bulk items helps us locate the areas that we want to focus on our testing.
Did you test your item 20, which would be the strap?
Yeah, so I received the strap from Lauren McCann, and then I swabbed 2 separate areas on that strap. One, there was a knot from where it appeared to have been tied. And so I swabbed the knot area and designated that 20.1. And so the DNA profile from 20.1, which was the swabs from the knot, is a mixture of at least 3 individuals. Due to the complexity of this mixture, no meaningful comparisons can be made. And so when we're looking at a DNA profile, we have what we can call a single source, which is a profile that appears to come from one individual or a mixture. And this is a DNA source that is comprised of DNA from multiple individuals. So sometimes we can look at that mixture and make determinations about it. Again, when I said we observe it as peaks, sometimes there's parts of the DNA where the peaks are really high, and sometimes there's parts where the peaks are really low. And we can separate those out and determine individual profiles from that mixture. Sometimes the peaks are all relatively the same, and they may even be at such a low level that we can't make any distinguishing characteristics between that. We can't make any discernment about how we would interpret that mixture. And at that point, we don't have enough confidence in the data to make any kind of comparison. So we don't know, we know that there is DNA here. We know that there's enough DNA to assume that it at least came from 3 different individuals. And because of that, we know that because we know that a person has no more than 2 results at each location. And that's because your mother gave you one and your father gave you the other. Sometimes they're the same, so they represent as 1, but they could also be 2. And so when we start counting 5 and 6 results at a location, we can determine that it had to come from at least this many individuals there. And so we also have these thresholds that we set for our data. If the thresholds don't meet a certain level, and again, that's based on our validation work, and validation is just where we process thousands of known samples so that we know how the results interact in our systems. But if they don't meet these thresholds, we don't feel that we have enough confidence in the data to make any statements about it. And so in this case, the majority of the data was in that range. And so we thought it was too close to make any determinations.
Okay, so you know it was 3 people, but you don't know what 3 people.
That's correct. And then, so the other part was Lauren McCann identified I believe it was phenolphthalein positive stain on the leather strap. So I swabbed that as 20.2. And the partial DNA profile from item 20.2, which was the stain that was identified on the leather strap, is a mixture of at least 2 individuals. due to the limited nature of this profile, no meaningful comparisons can be made. And again, that when I say partial profile, it means that the 23 locations that we're looking at, we didn't receive results. We didn't obtain results at all of those locations. So it's partial. And then the data was at low enough level where I didn't feel that it met our thresholds to make any conclusions about.
When you're saying 23 locations, do you mean on a strand of DNA?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was that word that you said?
Phenolphthalein. It's the presumptive blood test. It's the color change test that is the first blood test that we do.
So the phenolphthalein was something that she put on the leather strap?
No, so she would have, in her visual observation, she would have identified an area of staining, swabbed that area, and then applied the phenolphthalein to the swab. And it has a bright pink coloration if the possible presence of blood is there. And so then she may or may not go on to the next test depending on how much sample is present.
And are you testing the strap or the swab? How does that work?
So the stain, she had identified the location of where the stain was on the strap that she tested. I swabbed that staining and then performed the test on the swab from that stain.
All right, next we have, I believe she sent some items from carpet cutting.
Yes, I have two cuttings from the carpet, 24.1 and 24.2.
What did you do to analyze those?
The same process of extraction, quantitation, amplification, and then obtaining a DNA profile.
And what were your results?
The male DNA profile from item 24.1 cutting from carpet and item 24.2 cutting from carpet matches Larry Ordway. The estimated frequency of this profile is one person in 590 octillion random unrelated individuals based on the relevant United States populations. This profile does not match Maurice Gordon, Christopher Jensen, Lenny Frazier, John Lyle, Emily Southland, Brice Rhodes, and Juan Carter, or Ja'Cory Taylor. Additional DNA is present on 24.1 cutting from carpet, but is too limited for interpretation. So that's a big statement. And I'm sorry that we have to read it all the time, but we have to provide all the information that's there. And so a male DNA profile. So this means we had a single source profile from one individual, an estimated frequency of one person in 590 octillion random individuals. This means that if I tested 590 octillion individuals, I don't expect to see this profile one time. There's also
How many individuals are alive today?
the world population is roughly 8 billion, excuse me.
And how many is an octillion?
An octillion is 27 zeros, where a billion is 9 zeros.
Thank you.
And then so it also has additional DNAs present on item 24.1, which is one of the carpet cuttings. And so in this, it's not enough additional DNA to be a mixture, but there is one or two results at a couple of two of the locations that we know it's not part of this single source. There's a big separation in the peaks, right? It's not enough to be a mixture. It's a single source, but there is something additional there. But it is too limited to make any kind of conclusions about.
Which one was that, 0.1 or 0.2?
That's 0.1.
Then you had the carpet padding, which would be item 28, sorry.
There are also two cuttings from the carpet padding, 28.1 and 28.2.
What were the, did you do the same test?
I did.
And what were the results?
So the results are different on these two, so I'll read them one at a time. The male DNA profile from item 28.1, which is one of the cuttings from the carpet pattern, carpet padding, matches Larry Ordway. The estimated frequency of this profile is one person in 590 octillion random unrelated individuals based on the relevant United States populations. This profile does not match Maurice Gordon Jr., Christopher Jensen, Lenny Frazier, John Lyle, Emily Southland, Brice Rhodes, and Juan Carter, or Ja'Cory Taylor.
So Larry's DNA on carpet cuttings and carpet padding.
The partial DNA profile from item 28.2 is a mixture of at least two individuals. 28.2 is the other cutting from the carpet padding. Larry Ordway can be included as a contributor to the major component. An estimated one person in 820 quintillion random unrelated individuals could be a contributor to this major component based on the relevant United States populations. Maurice Gordon Jr., Christopher Jensen, Lenny Frazier, John Lyle, Emily Sutherland, Brice Rhodes, and Juan Carter, and Ja'Cory Taylor can be excluded as contributors to this major component. Due to the possibility of undetected genetic information, no meaningful comparisons can be made to the minor component. And so we see that it's a mixture because we see enough DNA represented by at least 2 individuals. It is partial, so sometimes that happens with what we refer to as degradation, where the peaks on this side of the results degrade, and so that kind of ski slope. So we could lose results on this end of our profile from the way that it's represented to us, but the results here, because they're shorter segments, they're easier to amplify. And so we can still see a separation between what we consider a major profile and the remainder of the profile. And so these interpretations are done prior to making any comparison to standards. And so when I obtain the results of analysis from the DNA analysis, each of these samples are independently observed and determined what can be said or what can be interpreted by these samples prior to making any kind of comparisons to standards. And so is it a single source? Is it a mixture? And if it's a mixture, can I say anything about that mixture? Can I make any interpretations to that mixture?
Let me just circle back to these two to make sure I'm understanding.
28.1, you said that it matched Larry Ordway at a certain. I don't want to say this wrong. If you just
Sure. It matched Larry Ordway with an estimated frequency of 590 octillion individuals.
And that did you say there was a second source on that sample as well?
Not on 28.1. That would be one of the cuttings. 28.1 was a single source profile coming from one individual.
Okay. So then on the second cutting from there was a mixture of 2 individuals?
Yeah, the second cutting, 28.2, was a mixture of at least 2 individuals.
And Larry Ordway can be included as one of those people?
Larry Ordway can be included as the major contributor with an estimated frequency of 1 person in 820 quintillion.
And you listed some people that couldn't be included. Is that for the major contributor?
That's correct. That's only to the major component. The minor component didn't meet our thresholds to be able to make any interpretations to.
So it could be one of those other people or it could be somebody else?
No comparisons were made to any of those standards, and no comparisons could be made to that part of the mixture. So we couldn't determine if anyone was or was not included to the minor component.
Okay, I believe you also tested item 67, a blanket. Is that correct?
Yes, there were 2 cuttings taken from the agency item 67, which was our laboratory item 30. And those are 30.1 and 30.2.
What did you conclude about 30? Was it, I'm sorry, was the same test done?
It was.
What did you conclude about 30.1?
The male DNA profile from items 30.1 and 30.2, which are cuttings from blanket, matches Maurice Gordon Jr. The estimated frequency of this profile is 1 person in 920 non-million random unrelated individuals based on the relevant United States populations. This profile does not match Larry Ordway, Christopher Jensen, Lenny Frazier, John Lyle, Emily Sutherland, Brice Rhodes, and Juan Carter, or Ja'Cory Taylor.
How many zeros are in a nonillion?
There are 30 zeros in a nonillion.
And is that more than a billion?
So the blanket matches.
And were in that
Maurice.
case, was that a single source or a mixture?
Both of those were single source profiles.
I believe you were also sent, let's see, the carpet cuttings, 75. What did you conclude from that test?
Yes, I did receive 1 carpet cutting, agency item number 75, or laboratory item 34.
The other people are people that would have been in
No
the.
results were obtained from item 34.4, which was the cutting of large piece of carpet.
Why is that?
There could be multiple reasons. It may have been too limited in quantity for us to observe or detect. it may be so degraded, like we talked about before, to where the quality of the
They
DNA
had to
is
take
not sufficient to be detected.
DNA from other people that would have been in the house too to
But at
eliminate them.
the DNA step, there weren't any results that were detected in that.
Did you analyze a number of swabs from different parts of a Mazda?
Although I don't have the
You
indication.
don't know it's a Mazda. Sorry. Did you analyze swabs of a gear shift, an interior rear driver's side door handle, a driver's seat back near the headrest?
I did.
And
And also
four different car swabs?
Yes, swabs from the steering wheel as
Steering
well.
wheel. Okay, what did you, is this the same type of test?
It is.
And what did you conclude?
The partial DNA profile from item 41, swabs from steering wheel, is a mixture of at least 3 individuals. Brice Rhodes can be included as a contributor to the major component. An estimated 1 person in 110 quintillion random, unrelated individuals could be a contributor to this major component based on the relevant United States populations. Larry Ordway, Maurice Gordon Jr., Christopher Jensen, Lenny Frazier, John Lyle, Emily Southerland, Anwan Carter, and Ja'Cory Taylor can be excluded as contributors to the major component. Due to the possibility of undetected genetic information, no meaningful comparisons can be made to the minor component.
What about the swabs from the gear shift?
Gear shift.
The DNA profile from item 42, swabs of gear shift, is a mixture of at least 3 individuals. Brice Rhodes can be included as a contributor to the major component. An estimated 1 person in 4.6 octillion random, unrelated individuals could be a contributor to this major component based on the relevant United States populations. Larry Ordway, Maurice Gordon Jr., Christopher Jensen, Lenny Frazier, John Lyle, Emily Southerland, Anwan Carter, and Ja'Cory Taylor can be excluded as contributors to the major component. Due to the possibility of undetected genetic information, no meaningful comparisons can be made to the minor component.
What about swabs of interior rear driver's side door handle?
The partial male DNA profile from item 44, swabs of the interior rear driver's side door handle, is too limited for meaningful comparisons.
We have interior door.
I have 48,
48.
driver's seat back.
Near the headrest. What is that?
The partial DNA profile from item 48, swabs of driver's seat back near the headrest, is a mixture of at least 2 individuals. Due to the limited nature of this profile, no meaningful comparisons can be made.
Rear passenger floorboard.
I don't believe I have that sample for analysis. Do you have an item number?
Okay. Did you also test some Timberland boots?
I did test boots. I don't have the information of what brand.
Is it item 51?
Item 51, yes.
And you didn't receive the actual boots, right? You just received swabs.
That's correct.
What did you conclude from that?
Okay, so there are 3 sets of swabs taken from the boots. The male DNA profile from item 51.1, swabs from left boot, and 51.5, swabs from right boot, matches Larry Ordway. The estimated frequency of this profile is 1 person in 590 octillion random unrelated individuals based on the relevant United States populations. This profile does not match Maurice Gordon Jr., Christopher Jensen, Lenny Frazier, John Lyle, Emily Southerland, Brice Rhodes, Anwan Carter, or Ja'Cory Taylor. Additional DNA is present on item 51.5, swabs from right boot, but is too limited for interpretation.
What about 51.2?
The male DNA profile from item 51.2, swabs from left boot, matches Maurice Gordon Jr. The estimated frequency of this profile is one person in 929 million random unrelated individuals based on the relevant United States populations. This profile does not match Lori Ordway, Christopher Jensen, Lenny Frazier, John Lyle, Emily Saffelin, Brice Rhodes, Anwan Carter, or Ja'Cory Taylor.
When was your report complete and made available to LMPD?
This report was completed and made available on October 23rd of 2017.
And prior to that, was it reviewed in some way? What is y'all's process for review?
After I complete my analysis and make my interpretations, I'll write a report. And that report, along with my entire case file, is then technical reviewed. This means that another analyst that's qualified in the analysis that I performed reviews all of my notes. They review all of my interpretations. They're reviewing the entire case file to make sure that I followed all the laboratory protocols for the case and to ensure that they agree with the interpretations that I made in this case. After that review is complete, it's then administratively reviewed. The administrative review is similar to a tech review in that they're looking for to make sure.
Do y'all want to watch the? Do y'all want to watch the sentencing for a minute?
I'm hearing Tuesday for 10 o'clock, which is special set. You've kept the court waiting for
Tuesday
30 minutes, which is just not acceptable.
Oh.
So you do owe the court an apology for keeping us all waiting for half an hour.
Yes, ma'am, and I apologize to deputies, to the staff, prosecution, to the audience. I'm wearing a mask, though. I don't know if it's a bug or what. Kind of slowed me down leaving, and I apologize. There's no excuse. I was just trying to get all the stuff that I've been kind of missing while I was here, caught up real quick. I never expected. You get caught in that kind of traffic, but I apologize, and it's something that I'm just trying to catch up from all that time, and I never expected to get caught, and I'm moving kind of slow based on, I don't know if it's a bug or what, but that's what's causing me to move a little slower today, so I apologize.
Okay. Your apologies accepted. Sorry that you're not feeling well. Deputies, you may bring Ms. King.
So quick recap of all the stuff that everybody, I think, just tuned out. Like I said, no foreign DNA being under Larry's fingernails shows, it kind of corroborates his hands were tied behind his back. There was no fighting back or anything like that. The carpet padding had mixtures, but Larry's DNA was on there. The blanket had Maurice's DNA, which corroborates their story about how they put it on a blanket and then they moved him with the blanket. The boots had
This is case number 2019 CR 01737.
Maurice
State
and Larry.
versus Hannah Renia Payne, and this is a sentencing hearing. Does counsel for the state have an opening statement?
This will be brief. I just wanted to put on the record the things that we provided to your honor at your honor's request, and also defense counsel regarding what counts are eligible for sentencing as it relates to this verdict. We then, Judge, will be presenting 3 witnesses who would want to express their opinion to this court regarding what they believe to be the appropriate sentence in this case. I'm assuming then defense counsel will have witnesses to present, and we would then present argument after witnesses have testified. Judge, based on the verdict as it was rendered, the defendant should be sentenced on count 1, malice murder. Count 2, the felony murder, must merge and be dismissed as a matter of law. Count 3, the aggravated assault, factually merges into count 1. Count 4, the felony murder based on false imprisonment, must merge into count 1 and be dismissed. Count 5, the false imprisonment does not merge, and therefore the defendant should be sentenced on count 5. Count 6, the possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony does not merge, and she should be sentenced on count 6 which requires a consecutive sentence. And then the counts 7 and 8, because they are additional counts of possession of a firearm during the commission of a crime, they will merge into count 6. So that leaves the court sentencing this defendant on counts 1, 5, and 6. We would wait to make our argument till after you've heard from the state's witnesses, the defense witnesses, and then we would request to make our argument at that time.
Okay, thank you, Chief Assistant Smith. Anything from the defense at this time?
Your Honor, we can wait. I think if the state wants to present their witnesses and go through that, then I will have Ms. Payne say that you wanted to speak to her back on the top. I think with the charges being what they are, of course, I'm going to try to find a way to minimize, but I think it stacks to us. There's not much really we can do. But the family does want to speak on behalf of the family, and I would just wait for the state to go ahead and have their witnesses say what they need to say, that we can put the dollars up there and leave it to the court to make the decision.
Okay, so before the state calls its witnesses, will counsels please approach?
This is in Georgia. This is actually, it's Clayton County, which is, it's like northwest of where I lived, but. I didn't watch this. This is the one we were going to cover originally. And then we swapped to Tex McIver, and then that one got delayed. So then we swapped to Lisa Dykes, which it ended up working out. The Lisa Dykes one was really interesting and really wild, actually. For those of you who didn't watch this one is they call it like the vigilante. There was a guy who they think he was having like a medical situation.
To everyone in the courtroom, you can all see that we have a packed courtroom. I would ask that protocols be observed and proper courtroom decorum be observed. No loud explanations, nothing that will disturb the proceedings of this court this morning. And so the court asks you to be respectful in every way. The state may go ahead and call its witnesses.
She went to go make a citizen's arrest, and she ended up shooting and killing the guy.
State calls Vicky Herring.
We watched Nan trial, Lynn's wife. Who are Nan and Lynn? My mind is blank. Who are Nan and Lynn?
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will provide to this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can take a seat and pull yourself up to the microphone. Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Vicky Lynn Herring, VICKIE LYNNHERRING.
And Ms. Herring, what is your relationship to Kenneth Herring?
I was his youngest sister.
And what would you like the court to know today regarding sentencing?
I would like the court to know and understand that I no longer have a big brother.
No.
He called me biscuit head all my life because from a little kid, every time my mom would get up every morning to make fresh biscuits. I would be there. As the baby, I got the first one. And so as I got older, in my adulthood, he would then just call me Biscuit. I won't get to hear that anymore. We won't get to laugh at him because he couldn't dance, but he tried. And we won't get to reminisce about all the times, having grown up in the South, my mother would make copious amounts of sweet tea, and he would drink it all and leave a corner and put the pitcher back in the refrigerator. We won't get to do that. No more Christmas, no more birthdays, no more family gatherings. His grandchildren won't know him. He has 2 adult children that they don't have a father anymore. And while he was the oldest, and both my parents are deceased, you would think the oldest would be the head of the family. We don't have that now. So it's just the 5 of us left. There were 6 of us. Now there's the 5 of us that are left. And we won't have those memories any longer. You know, I sit here and I spent a milestone birthday in the courtroom because of my brother's death. And that's something that is now never going to change. I just ask that whatever happens here today, that we get some type of peace out of it.
And do you have any opinion as to what you would like to happen in regards to sentencing?
As I think anyone would want, any family member would want in any situation like this, we would ask for life, because it's just over nothing. His life was taken. He didn't die of natural causes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Henry.
All right, the state at this time calls Jacqueline Herring. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you will provide to this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can have a seat and pull yourself up to the microphone. Can,
I'm just asking you to project into the mic so that I can hear clearly. Thank you.
all right, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
It's Jacqueline Carell Herring, JACQUELYN KARELLHERRING.
And Ms. Herring, what is your relationship to Mr. Kenneth Herring?
I'm his sister. I'm the 3rd sister.
Mm-hmm. And what would you like the court to know today regarding sentencing in this case?
We all call him Ken. He was just the big brother. The big brother that liked to boss us around. He had this nickname that he always called me. It was Duty. Always doing, he said. You can always find me doing something, and that seemed to be a problem with him, by him being the oldest. I can remember one Christmas, he got this BB gun, and he didn't have a target. So he asked me to stand near this tree, and I did, not knowing that I was going to be his target with this BB gun. And I still have that mark on my leg. That would be the only thing that I have left to remember him by, is this little mark on my leg. Ken used to come to the house, to my home, and him being the biggest, being the oldest, he thought that he could not only boss me, but boss my daughters. And they weren't having it. He would always say that no matter what, I'm the oldest, and that I had to abide by his rules. And one of my daughters was in the military, and she came home, and he was there. He just happened to come that Saturday, and she knew how to play cards. I didn't. So he wanted me to be just a bystander, not participate in this card game. But she was going to teach me how to play spade, and he just went off, and it was just like a conversation going back and forth with two adults, which she was my oldest and would have been his niece. So I remember that day, and now that's all we have is memories. I can't call him if I wanted to. I can't visit him if I wanted to. I can go to the gravesite, but he can't respond. Do I want to go to the gravesite? No, I don't. I would prefer him being here. I would prefer him coming around. I would prefer him calling me with jokes and leaving them on my answer machine like he normally do. But I don't have that anymore.
And what is your opinion as you sit here today regarding sentencing in this case?
As I think about it, knowing that I can't see him again, I would like for her to have the same thing. He got a life sentence that he did not ask for. As I watched her leaving out, and she was crying as she was going through those doors. That's the same way I felt when they closed that casket on him. That door would never open again. I'll never see my brother again, only through pictures. The same sentence that she gave him, I would like to see the same sentence given to her. Where he got a life without parole, I would like for her to have life without parole. He got death without parole. I would like for her to have life without parole.
All right, thank you. All right, the state's last witness is Keith Herring. All right, you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you will provide to this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Keith Herring, Keithherring.
And Mr. Herring, what is your relationship to Mr. Kenneth Herring?
I'm his youngest and oldest brother.
And what would you like the court to know today regarding sentencing?
Well, I would like to say on May 7th, 2019, I had no idea that when I called my brother, that I would be inundated with phone calls from law enforcement from Clayton County, Georgia. I immediately panicked and feared the worst. I had no intention on answering those calls due to fear. I answered the phone by mistake and told the gentleman what county I lived in. And within 5 minutes, my wife called me and told me there was a deputy at the house to see me. My life from that point has never been the same. The following day, I found myself repeating to my wife, I do not know how I'm going to tell my parents or explain to them how this happened. And they had been deceased for years. Never again will I be able to hear him say, hey, you, get off my mountain. At 53 years old today, I know what he was talking about now. But the defendant took him off of his cloud. The defense attorney in this case attempted to paint my brother as a nobody. He was nothing. It was just good intentions gone bad. It's a drug user, could have been a drug dealer, could have been anything but an innocent man. But one thing about this situation that I would like the court and you to know, Judge, that Kenneth Herring, he wasn't heavy. He was my brother. And on we go. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Herring, what is your opinion today as it relates to sentencing in this case?
At some point in my life, I'm going to need some healing. My opinion as far as judgment in this, I feel that whatever the court gives her, which should be life without parole, she deserves more.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, 1 second, Mr. Herring.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Herring.
Yes.
Hopefully throughout the trial, I began this by saying it's a tragedy for all parties.
Mm-hmm.
And my condolences once again to you and your family. I'm just hoping that what happened in the trial was therapeutic and you're able to put closure to it and move on. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all the witnesses they had,
Does the defense have any evidence in extenuation and mitigation?
Yes, ma'am. Of course, being the judicial system as it is, we accept, whether we agree with it or not, we accept the jury's decision. I was still a little concerned about the malice murder. I just didn't hear anything that really hit those elements. And I did my directed verdict, and I would renew it now, knowing that the court is not going to rule on it. But keeping that in mind, hearing the facts, and you wrote down a lot of notes, I would like the court to try to keep that in mind. And I have a couple of witnesses for the Ms. Payne to come up and speak on her behalf. Ms. Rhodes.
Our trial is on break right now. 10-minute break.
If you could state your name for the court.
Just swear.
I'm going to swear in. I was going to.
Renee Novotny.
All right, if you'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, but nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. And
Please, you could spell for me, please. Reana, last name Novotny.
and what was your relationship to Hannah Payne?
I am a long-standing friend of the family and have worked alongside both Hannah's parents and.
And right out of high school, correct?
That is correct.
All right, is there something you'd like to say to the court on behalf of Hannah?
I do, and may I use my notes, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. I prepared something, and if it suits the court, I'd like to read it, please.
Just make sure you project so that the court reporter can hear and that I can hear.
Yes, ma'am. I've had the absolute pleasure of knowing the Payne family for 30 years. My initial introduction was when Hannah's father joined my work team in Riverdale, Georgia. I equally had the pleasure of Hannah's mother joining our office staff. Her father and mother faithfully served their community. For a number of years, they resided in the community, and I remember vividly when their daughter Hannah was welcomed into this world. It would be my honor to talk about the real Hannah Payne. I watched as Hannah grew and witnessed her often and frequent visits to our office and outings. As a child, she developed a beautiful accent that was a blend of her mother's European heritage and her father's Chicago roots. They taught her to say please, thank you, yes ma'am, no ma'am, yes sir, and no sir. She was a lovely, kind, quiet-spoken, pleasant, and beautiful child. She worked hard to manage her grades and took pleasure in playing in her high school band and always walked among friendships without any regard to color, social, or economic considerations. Upon graduating from high school, I offered Hannah a part-time office job assisting with filing and clerical duties. Hannah's responsibilities grew quickly as she committed herself to each and every project. She was a fast learner, worked with her heart, and within a couple of years began leading and mentoring to maintenance teams all around Metro Atlanta. On many days and on many occasions, Hannah worked directly by my side on construction, renovation, and financial projects as we repositioned blighted communities. She has always remained devoted to each and every individual that comprise our corporate team and served the residents of our communities faithfully to ensure their needs were met. Over the course of time, I have consistently witnessed Hannah opening doors for others, always express thank yous, without hesitation to step in and offer assistance whenever and wherever needed. If you've ever had a moment where you need to lift a heavy item into your car and a stranger walked up without being asked and offered to help you, this could have been Hannah. If you've ever seen a person ask for money on the street and a person give it freely because they care, that may also have been Hannah. If you have ever seen a stray animal walking too close along a roadway and a total stranger stop to render help, that also was likely Hannah. At the age of 20, she single-handedly encouraged our company to participate in a food drive for the Atlanta Food Bank. Her enthusiasm for this project and motivation allowed our team to donate an entire trailer full of food and goods to serve the hungry.
She has participated in activities to raise money and awareness for the American Heart Association. 2 years ago, upon learning that I had breast cancer, she immediately purchased pink bracelets, pink ink pens, disseminated them among our entire office team. She equally engaged everyone from work and a circle of friends to create a collage to ensure that I felt loved and supported through my battle. She equally stood faithfully by the side of her mother over the last year as she was diagnosed with colon cancer. I have witnessed her servant's heart more times than I could be permitted to talk about today. She has shown up at 6 a.m. on a Saturday morning to help put together a baseball float for a children's baseball team of which she had no child affiliated with. She is the go-to person when any friend or family needs help. I've personally witnessed her picking up children for others, helping with meals, helping pull together a birthday party for children, and taking her niece to after-school activities when her mother was unable to leave work. I've watched her offer to wrap Christmas gifts for children and friends and serve families as Santa delivering gifts for their children. Based solely on an 8-hour workday and the number of years I have had the absolute pleasure of engaging with Hannah on a daily basis, the time average that we have spent together through work is approximately 17,000 hours. Following the events that led her here, I have also witnessed her pain. I have witnessed her tears. I have witnessed her quietly excuse herself. Excuse herself to the ladies' room, where she later returned. Wearing the telltale signs of her tears and her broken heart. This tragedy has devastated 2 families. For Mr. Herring's family, I would like for you to know that her heart is broken 1 million times. And in spite of anything that anyone that does not know her has alleged or told you, please know that from the depths of her heart and soul, she would have never wanted harm to come to your brother and your loved one. I would also like to say that in no world would this woman, this girl, want pain or injury to come to your family member. From someone who has witnessed firsthand the behaviors and actions of this young lady, they have forever been consistent and have always come from the heart. She is a selfless servant. I have watched her love, laugh, cry, and pray. I have witnessed her engage with hundreds of individuals, solve thousands of problems, assist in countless situations, and not once, not ever, have I ever witnessed her be the slightest unkind. Time after time, I have witnessed Hannah give love, support, solutions, encourage, and build up all of those around her. Your Honorable Judge Scott, I pray that you see the heart of this girl. Show mercy and understanding of who the real Hannah Bain is when determining her sentence. I pray the court has mercy and the ability to use her kindness in ways that serve our community. We recognize those that love her understand that a tragedy here occurred. And we ask the court to look into her heart and know that she is a human worthy of saving.
Our trial is still at break, by the way.
Your Honor, our next, would this be Miracle Peterson? Okay. Is there one step out there and ask for Miracle? No. You know, there's Miss Morris. Miss Morris. That. Miss Morris, if you could raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes,
You
sir.
put your name down and say your full name and spell it for the court.
It's Melissa Morris, Melissa. Last name Morris, Morris.
And how do you know Hannah Bain?
I'm a coworker.
Okay. And what would you like to tell the court today?
I've been waiting for over 4 years. To express my feelings upon this tragedy that has affected two work families, a lot of people. And there are some truths that I need to express. Let me first say I've worked alongside Hannah for over 5 years. We're a small company. I would refer to her as like my work sister, although I'm probably old enough to be her mother. She is the light of our company. You can go to her to do anything. I mean, she's the jack of all trades. She's always wanted to make sure that we represented ourselves as the best company out there. And that meant making sure that she was covering for other people. If I was behind on my work and needed help and it was something that she could do, she would do it for me without even accolades for it. If there were other people in the company that were falling behind or not doing what they needed to do, she would cover for them without, our boss knowing about it. She just wanted to uplift people and make sure that the job got done. I've spent, again, over 4 years. That was a very tragic day for a lot of us. And, hearing about what happened, I couldn't believe it. And more so after, the incident happened and hearing social media and the media and how things were covered and honestly, how she was portrayed, I lost hope in people. I've been praying about things for a long time, and I want you all to know that I prayed over this building before I walked in today. I've been praying for you. I prayed for the jurors. I prayed for the prosecution attorney. I've prayed for everybody. You've been prayed for today. And I ask, that you find mercy in understanding the person that she was. She's been portrayed as a vigilante, a racist, privileged, all these things. And you can look in this courtroom, you can see all the different colors that are out here, all of God's children out here. It's like a rainbow. She didn't see color. And it's hurtful. I feel like we've just taken a big step back in society when it comes to this. And the one thing that, she always has done at work is, like I said, cover for other people, help people out. That was protecting them. And I feel like that's exactly what was happening that day. She was trying to do the right thing. She saw something. She was, trying to make sure that she was there to bear witness an accident that she saw. We never would have thought that it would have went down like it did. I know her and know that there's been some talk about her emotions. But like Renee just stated, she's that individual. And I'm sure that there's some of us here in this crowd right now, especially as mamas, don't always show our emotions. We cover those up. We wait till we're in the shower. We cry our eyes out. We wait till we drop the kids off at school. We pull over to the side of the road and we cry our eyes out. That's what she is. She's cried with me. But she's just, everybody expresses their emotions differently. I don't know if y'all are aware, and even if it makes a difference, but, talking about not seeing color, Hannah, her high school boyfriend was a black man. She carried on a long-term relationship with him. She's been involved in, a relationship now with, a Dominican guy. Her best friends are black. There's all different colors in her life. I just want to make sure that she's portrayed in that light, different than what it's been put out on social media, in the media. And again, that day, I feel like that she was just there to do what was right. And I know in her mind, and just like everybody in here, we could have never visualized that something like that would have occurred. And I am certainly sorry for your loss, the Herring family. And it's a loss to us as well. And I know this is a different kind of loss. I understand that. I've had a lot of loss in my life. There are a lot of people in my life that I can't call on anymore. I can't pick up the phone. And I understand that.
And according to sentencing, is there something you'd like to tell the court?
Yes. I just ask, I've prayed, like I said, Your Honor, I've prayed for you. I hope you know you've been covered, that you will make the right decision. And I pray that you show mercy for her. Thank you.
I'm Sit. Welcome to the family. Very glad to have you.
Did they find a miracle out there? And
And try to check her, this is the last person.
there was one more, but I called her name.
She's not here.
Okay,
She hasn't presented herself.
right. I was gonna put them up there in place. You can raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can put your hand down, say your full name, and spell it for the court.
V-I-C-T, Victor Sneed, V-I-C-T-O-R-S-N-E-E-D.
Okay.
I'm not much of a speaker. I'm Hannah's neighbor, and I've known her since the day she moved in. And me and my wife, my grandkids, we became friends with the family. And I'm hearing that some of the things that people say about Hannah is not true. Like I say, I've known her for a long time, and I spend a lot of time outside, work with my hands. I like nature. And back in 2013, I was diagnosed with cancer. I'm from the South. I like working in gardens. I like working on cars, muscle cars. And I couldn't do anything in my garden. I couldn't do anything outside because my immune system was completely down. Out of the blue, Hannah's out there mowing my lawn. I didn't ask her to. I couldn't tend to my garden because I couldn't eat the vegetables. Hannah would go in my garden, pick the fruit, and I tell her, you know, you can just have them. You know, I didn't expect you to be over here, you know, maintaining my stuff. And a lot of times in life, we make bad decisions. We do things we can't go back and correct. When this was going on, I didn't want to watch it because I didn't want to find out the outcome. Like I say, I'm not a speaker. I did this on impulse. When they asked me, did I have anything to say? I didn't want to say anything, but it's just me. I'm the type of person, if I seen something going on, I would intervene. But then a lot of times when you intervene, the wrong things happen. Like I say, I might have said it before. Sometimes you do things you're sorry before and you think about it later. And as you get older in life, you reflect on things. You can see things that are going to happen. You say, hey, you know, I wish I would have done this, or I wish I would have done that. And a lot of times you can see somebody young doing something and you would say, hey, don't do that. Sometimes you have to let kids go. You have to let people go fall and bump their head. And then they'll know the next time you did the wrong thing. I'm out there one night working on my car and it wouldn't start. I had to push it to the top of my driveway. So I'm out there pushing the car. It seems like every time I take one step, I take 2 steps backwards because I'm trying to push my car uphill. Next thing I know, Hannah's out there helping me push my car. And she's like, why didn't you tell me, Mr. Victor, that you're out here pushing your car? I say, you know, I didn't think about that. And like I say, I've known Hannah since day one. I've known her family since day one. And you can see, but anyway, Hannah, she was just the type of person that she didn't mind helping you. And she didn't care what it was. Things, you know, I'm not very good on a computer. I got a race car that I was trying to program. I said, Hannah, can you help me out? She came over there. I don't know what she was doing. Maybe she was in the middle of dinner. Came over there and helped me program a car because I didn't know how to do it. And just like I say, I'm not much of a speaker. That's all I have to say.
And sir, about the sentencing on Ms. Payne, do you have anything to say about that?
I don't have anything to say about that. I know what she did was wrong, and she thought about it, she would do it again. I would hate to lose a family member, but I would like to say that the family would have some leniency against her. I know what she did was wrong, and I know a lot of times we do things, we don't make the right decisions. Everybody's guilty of that. He who is without sin cast the first stone.
Thank you, sir. And yes, sir. And this will be my arguments and statements. I believe the state's.
The state goes first.
Okay.
Judge, obviously you sat through this trial and heard the entirety of the evidence in this case. This is not a jury that struggled. They never once indicated that they could not reach a decision. They barely took 2 hours to find the defendant guilty of all charges, including malice murder. The evidence was overwhelming, and the jury was very comfortable in finding that malice. I want to address one thing, and I know it's an uncomfortable thing for everybody to address, but the state and my office has never once made this case about race, not one time. We did not ask a single question in jury selection that would be considered race baiting. We did not say anything about race throughout this trial. We just have a community that we represent that needs peace and needs healing and has needed that peace and needed that healing over and over and over again, whether it's aimed at this defendant or not. So whether or not we would be in this same place if Mr. Herring looked different, that's something only the defendant and her heart can speak to. But we have not made this case about race. But we do want this case to be about Mr. Herring and this defendant. Mr. Herring was a human worthy of saving. He had a family to go home to. And what he wanted and his wishes and his rights were fully disregarded by this defendant on May the 7th of 2019. We've talked about the witnesses, and I respect their opinion. I know they've known the defendant for a long time, but I want this court to consider what you've really heard about the real Hannah Payne. Her demeanor in this courtroom, her demeanor during her cross-examination, where she was as disrespectful as she could be, only remembered answers to her lawyer's questions. Her demeanor and who the real Hannah Payne is was heard in that 911 call, when she decided that she was smarter and righter than everyone else. She was told repeatedly, even though she's been, in my opinion, dishonest about it, she was told repeatedly and understood clearly to leave Mr. Herring alone. The real Hannah Payne is the one screaming on that call for him to get out of the car and cursing at him and striking him, as every state's witness who witnessed that incident told you about. The one who introduced a gun into a situation that had nothing to do with her, and then has continued to fail to accept any responsibility for her actions whatsoever by trying to claim that Mr. Herring shot himself, when the evidence is clear that that's not what happened, and honestly not really possible. She has yet to tell a consistent story about what happened. Every time she told the story in her interview, it changed. It was different here. It was different in the back of the patrol car, because she accepts no responsibility for her own actions. The real Hannah Payne is the one cursing, telling him to get the F out of the car. And when she gets back on the phone with 911, explaining that she shot him because he hit her Jeep. He hit her car. The real Hannah Payne is the person who said, "I'm safe, but he ain't." That's the malice that the jury heard, and what they had no problem finding beyond a reasonable doubt that was in this defendant's heart when she took the life of a big brother who gave all his siblings nicknames and made jokes with them and took care of them and put himself on the mountain to take care of his whole family. We do not believe, Judge, that this is a case where the minimum sentence is appropriate based on all of these factors. There has not yet been a tear for this victim. Her tears are for herself. You have the authority in count 1 to sentence the defendant to life without parole as requested by the family. And we would ask that you consider their request and leave the choice as to whether or not the life is with or without parole in the discretion of this court. However, on the false imprisonment, if this court does choose to give this defendant life with the possibility of parole, it is the state's request that the 10 years on that false imprisonment run consecutive on count 5. And then on count 6, you are required to give a consecutive 5-year sentence. And we would ask that it run consecutive to the false imprisonment for a sentence of life plus a consecutive 15 years. We will leave it within this court's discretion as to whether or not you think this defendant deserves a sentence of life with or without parole, but we would ask that you consider the statements made by the family in this case and the things that you have heard in this trial and the malice in this defendant's heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Assistant Smith. Attorney Tucker.
I'll move this over a little bit more so I can speak without the mask. Judge, that is true. When we started this case, I think you came in with a narrow approach of it, not to let the media try to guide your understanding of what was going on. Came with open mind, open eyes, wanting to see what was going on. And throughout the course of the trial, there were inconsistencies. I mean, the state's saying it was with my client. I'm saying it was with their witnesses. I don't think we heard really anything from the witnesses that matched up with what we could conclude happened. And during that process, there were lots of things brought up and a lot of unnecessary biases added to their statements. As for disrespectful, I felt the witnesses were disrespectful. I don't think any of the witnesses gave the respect they should have to the court and to the court officers. But that's part of what happens when you're in a trial. As for Ms. Payne, I think you heard her on the stand when asked, is there anything you could go back you would change? And she kind of dropped her head and said, you know what? I wouldn't even helped out at the beginning. I would not have listened to that state officer who tried to help out. And that's a shame that somebody who has good in the heart is no longer ever going to want to help anybody because, for lack of a better saying, no good deed goes unpunished. But that was a decision she made, and a decision that, her upbringing, her standards, her values put her in that situation. And that decision is what got us here today. And that decision, according to the jury, is wrong. And just because it was a bad decision doesn't make her a bad person. It just makes her human. We all are human. And she is young in age. And I believe the state's assessment is correct about what charges would merge with which ones. With malice murder, even though we didn't agree to disagree, I just did not hear elements that would do that. And maybe it's because I know Hannah from the 4 years we've been preparing for this. But to give her life without parole is to take a person who had good in her heart and tell her you'll never get a chance to get back out and get that good back. So we would respectfully request that the court look back at what all was said, look back at what all was done and was brought forth, and fully understand she never intended anything that day when she left from work to end up being there, to be in a struggle with Mr. Aaron, to be on the side of the road, to have to pull her gun to protect herself and the gun going off. There was never any intent to have that. It was an accident. And by the grace of God, when it did, she wasn't shot by it, and it was terrible and a tragedy that Mr. Aaron was. But, you know, she is a young person who has plenty of life ahead of her. We just hope that the court would use the discretion to allow her to have some of that life to continue. The charge number 5, the false imprisonment, it does say it could be run concurrent or it could be run consecutive, but it also says it can be probated. And the 5 years for the gun can be probated. And I think the court would hopefully look into what has been said today from both sides. Unfortunately, I was not able to speak with the jurors to see what their mindset was, to find out conclusively, was it dead set because the facts were overwhelming, or was it something they discussed? So I really can't go into details of what the jury said. I just can go in what I heard and wrote down, and I saw you making numerous notes. And I would hope the court would use those notes in coming to the decision to sentence her to life with parole and allow the other two, well, the one charge to be run concurrent, the other one has to be consecutive. Our hands are kind of tied on that. But understand that, you know, this was all done with good intentions. And I know they say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, but she's never seen that road. She's never seen what happened out there in car accidents and arguments and walking up on cars in Clayton County. And to sentence somebody to life without parole for being naive or trying to do something with the goodness of a heart, I think is a little bit harsher than what is necessary in this case. And I would just put it to the court to use the facts that they've heard and the direction that is given to them by the law and the compassion that we know is in your heart, and allow her to have parole and have an opportunity to show that it was just a bad decision. She's just human. Decisions can be changed by the way people handle adversity, which is what she's going to be dealing with here, and give her a chance to show that she does have good in her heart and that she does know certain things you can't do. And no matter if it feels right to do it, you just can't do it. And I don't think she'll ever step up to help again. And that's a tragedy in itself, not to the magnitude of losing a loved one. But if the court could take that in consideration of her age, the facts, the compassion, and sentence her to life with parole and have the other charge run concurrent and probate that gun charge, I think it would allow her time to reflect, to fully understand that things happen and it can be found to be wrong, but it's how you handle yourself through that adversity to get through it and come back and show the true you is what allows us to keep hope in our heart and allows us to keep going. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Attorney Tucker. From the state.
I believe in this hearing, this is entitled to the last word.
Okay, the court having heard from the witnesses and from the attorneys, I am required to take a short recess to consider, which is what I'm going to do at this time, and I will return with respect to what my sentence will be. Thank you.
All right. So while they are doing that, We will look at us just multitasking. We're going to go back. I want to get caught up on this because they're playing that one of the interviews that I did, the FOIA request, they're actually playing it right now in court. So I want to get caught up on this. I'm going to speed this guy up a little bit. They took a long break, so it shouldn't take us too long to get caught up, but I'm going to speed up the DNA guy a little bit because it's a whole lot of words.
All the correct information is documented. All the correct lot numbers were used. They're looking for typographical errors and things of that nature.
And why did it take until October of 17 for this to be completed?
This case was assigned to me in June of 2017. It took me about a month to do the physical analysis and the interpretations, and then it took about 4 months for the review process.
And would there have been a similar
keep an eye on it down here
before it got to you?
I don't recall the circumstances before the case, whether or not there was any time pressure involved in this one.
Well, is the lab generally on a bit of a backlog?
Yes, typically the lab is at least a year for results from the initial submission.
And is that just because of the number of cases in the Commonwealth of Kentucky?
Yeah, and especially at this time, we had much fewer, about half the staff of analysts that we currently have, and even now we still have that same backlog. The case submissions have been up, but a lot of it has to do with the number of analysts that we have and the amount of work that is submitted to the laboratory.
Thank you. No further questions. Good morning. There were about 27 items submitted to you for this DNA analysis, correct?
I believe that's roughly correct.
And so you conducted the DNA analysis on roughly 18 of the items against 9 DNA standards. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And of the 18 items that you conducted that DNA analysis on, only 2 items came back as a positive DNA match to Brice Rhodes.
If I could restate that just a little bit, there were 2 items that had an association to Mr. Rhodes. One was item 41, swapped of the steering wheel with an estimated frequency of 1 person in 110 quintillion. And the other was item 42, swapped of the gear shift with an estimated frequency of 1 person in 4.6 octillion.
Thank you. And the remaining 17 items were either tested for a match against Brice Rhodes or were inconclusive or unable to be tested, correct?
I believe there's 16 items remaining where comparisons could be made to the profile. They did not match Mr. Rhodes. There are portions of these profiles that no interpretations could be made. So nothing can be said for or against inclusion at that point.
And there were a number of items, I believe about 5, that you were ultimately unable to obtain results for. And I can walk you through those 5
Sure.
if that helps.
There were 5 items. 20.1, which was the swaps from the knot from the leather strap. 20.2, the swaps from the staining on the leather strap. 34.4, the cutting of a large piece of carpet. Item 44, swabs from the interior rear driver side door handle. And item 48, swabs from driver's seat back near headrest that were either too partial to obtain a profile or too partial to make any interpretations to.
And you were, let's talk about the car for a minute. You were only given 4 samples from this car.
Yes, I was given 4 samples from a car.
And I believe you testified you didn't know what car it was.
That's correct.
Because you're not taking a car and putting it through a machine.
That's correct.
You're taking swabs. Are they like Q-tip swabs?
Essentially, they're a little longer. And Q-tips only, or the cotton's only on one side, but they're essentially very similar to that.
And before you obtain those Q-tip type swabs, there's a number of people who handle the evidence before you get those swabs, correct?
Those swabs were collected by the agency, I believe, and then submitted to the laboratory, and they would have went through our chain of custody. When I received those swabs, all the seals were intact on those. But yes, they would have passed through multiple people.
And you're not present at each step of the process.
No, only from when I received the evidence myself personally do I have physical custody of those swabs.
But you're generally familiar with the processes that those folks would have gone through.
Typically, yes.
So that the first step would have been either a detective or a lab on the scene identifying what could be blood or DNA.
My understanding is that they do have individuals that collect those samples. I don't know if they determine at that point whether it's blood or through any analysis. It may just be through visual observation.
So it could be visual observation, or there's a luminal test that they could do with a spray.
They could, although I'm not aware of their actual procedures.
And but you are familiar with a luminal spray?
I am. Yes.
And a luminal spray is not a conclusive test for blood or DNA.
It is not. It's what we would consider a presumptive test for the screening for blood. And presumptive means that it's an indication that the possible presence of blood may be there, but it's not confirmed.
And so you only tested 4 samples from this vehicle.
That's correct.
So there could have been more swabs, but you only handled these 4.
That's correct.
And these 2, the item 44 from the interior rear driver side door handle, that one was the DNA profile was too limited to compare.
That's correct.
And then the item 48, the driver's seat back near the headrest, it was a mixture of 2 individuals, but again, it was too limited and you couldn't compare it to your standards.
Yes, that's correct.
3 of the samples that you analyzed, I believe, were fingernail
Going
scrapings
through
or clippings.
all the other stuff that we already heard.
Yes, 2 fingernail scrapings from Larry Ordway and 1 fingernail clipping from Brice Rhodes Jr.
And the only DNA
match, and I apologize if I'm using the wrong word, that was found from Larry Ordway's sample was his own?
No DNA profile foreign to Larry Ordway was found on the scrapings from the left hand or the right hand of Larry Ordway.
And then the only DNA found from Maurice Gordon on his sample was his own?
That's correct. No DNA foreign to Maurice Gordon Jr. was found on the right hand fingernail clippings from Maurice Gordon Jr.
And then there were 3 samples from these Timberland boots, 51.1, 51.2, and 51.
She's just repeating all of this. Can we skip this? Like, we can go back and watch it together as a family at some point. I want to get to the other stuff. All they're doing is just repeating everything that I just went over with y'all. And she's repeating it again and saying, is this what you said? And he's saying, yes, this is what I said. So let's just move it on along. They took a long break. Let's get to the detective.
It seemed like a large unit, but it really wasn't. It was like 24, 25 detectives.
Ms. James, do you still need this?
I'm going to use it.
Okay. All right. Anybody
Slow it
have anything
down.
they need to report? Perfect. Your next witness?
Falls Detective Aaron Tonelli.
Detective Tonelli, when you are ready, I'll have you raise your hand. You swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you.
She's literally just going over everything.
Yes,
that
I know
just
it's still warm in here. They say they're working on it. Anybody needs to take their jacket off or anything, of course, feel free to do so.
Thank you.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Detective Aaron Tonelli. Tonelli, Tinelli.
Where do you work?
Louisville Metro Police Department.
How long have you been there?
Approximately 18 years.
And how long have you been a detective?
Good morning.
Approximately 12 to 13 years.
Where are you currently positioned?
Currently in the robbery unit.
Where were you in 2016?
I was in the homicide unit.
When did you switch from homicide to robbery?
The last part of 2017 going into 2018.
Can you describe a bit how the homicide unit works as far as case assignments and distribution of cases?
Okay. So at that time we had, it seemed like a large unit, but it really wasn't. It was like 24, 25 detectives somewhere in there. But it was kind of split down the middle. Part of it was non-fatal shooting. The other half was what we call the fresh side or the homicide side. And you had a rotation where detectives would run a list. And as you picked up a case, the next person would move up and the next person would move up. And then that case would go to the person as it goes down.
And it's fresh to distinguish from cold case.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
So on May 22nd, 2016, was it your turn?
Yes, it was.
And do you do all the work on the case by yourself?
No,
Okay. How do you all decide who pitches in to help?
it's all hands kind of evolution, basically. Yes, there's a lead detective. And yes, that lead detective is what I'm doing today, trying to explain the case the best I possibly can so that you can understand the functions of it. But while you're investigating, everybody that's available that can help does help and does contribute to the case.
And do you have supervisors within
Yes.
the unit? Who was your supervisor?
My supervisor on that day was, at the time, Sergeant Donald Burbrink,
And then who was his supervisor?
Lieutenant Kessinger.
And is he in charge of all of homicide?
Yes.
So what happened on May 22nd that alerted you to the existence of this case?
I received a phone call from Sergeant Burbrink that we had a homicide in the 4,000 block of Road Park and that I was to respond to that location.
And how did Sergeant Burbrink know about the homicide?
I believe he was notified by Detective Vance.
What happened or what time did police find out about this case?
I believe we were notified at 12:10 in the afternoon,
And what time did you get there?
around 12:45.
Okay, what did you do at the scene?
As soon as I got to the scene, I kind of refer my notes. Come on. Oh, thanks.
Big old binder.
If need be.
Yeah, if you can't remember something in particular.
The Wendy Adelson divorce binder.
First thing I did is I got to the scene and I spoke to Detective Vance and Sergeant Burbrink about what we were actually looking at and what we had before us.
And go ahead, sorry.
Oh, and other detectives that were there, trying to understand the totality of the circumstances walking into a situation like that.
What did you notice about the neighborhood?
Well, it was residential houses all around. There were some kids playing on the other side of the alley. Just a residential area.
Did the house appear where the bodies were found in that house appear to be occupied?
No, the house appeared to be vacant. The grass was overgrown, front and rear. Boards were on the windows.
And how did police? Do you know how police even knew those bodies were there?
They got a dispatch run to the location, being notified by a individual in the area.
Who do you all involve another agency when there's a death?
Yes.
And who is that?
Well, in this situation, obviously we notify the coroner's office because they have to respond. And we, the people on scene before Detective Vance, I believe called for arson because there were signs of burning and so forth. We also notify CSU. We also notify, the coroner notifies TIES.
And TIES is the transport agency we heard about earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
So how many personnel from all of these agencies ended up on the scene, would you say?
I couldn't guess, but a lot.
What did you note about the bodies?
Upon approaching the children, first thing we noticed is that they were laid out. There was no sign of like a struggle or other signs that there was like some kind of disturbance within it besides the actual bodies themselves and the actual burning of the bodies. So the first thing I noticed is that there's a good chance that they were not killed there or murdered there.
Did you have any way to identify them at that time?
No, we did not.
Did you or other detectives search the neighborhood for any clues?
Yeah, other detectives canvassed the neighborhood, talked to individuals in the neighborhood, and spoke to several different people.
Did you look for cameras?
Yes, all the detectives that were on the scene at the time looked for cameras, looked for not just like business cameras and stuff like that, but they look for house cameras. Some houses have cameras and stuff like that. They look all over.
Were there any cameras that helped out? Given that there was, did the coroner direct the bodies to be taken to the medical examiner's office?
He did.
Okay. What's left for you all to do at that point?
Oh. Well, at that point, since we have unidentified victims, our job is to gather as much information as we possibly can. Detective Vance was going to handle the scene investigation. Other detectives were canvassing. I was trying to organize the situation, and we were trying to, in any way, shape, or form, identify these two kids that were in the back of this house that were murdered.
Does LMPD have a unit that deals with missing people?
Yes, I contacted Detective Hogan, who was at the time was in the missing persons unit. I instructed her to go through missing persons, go through the database, the local database, the national database, to try to help to identify or get some kind of.
All right, let's hear the sentence.
Okay. This court has sat through the trial, has heard arguments of defense and the state, has listened to the witnesses today, and after considering all of those things, the court will impose sentence as follows. Please stand, Ms. Lee. With respect to count 1, malice murder, the court will impose a sentence of life with a possibility of parole. With respect to count 2, felony murder, that will merge into count 1 and is dismissed as a matter of law. With respect to count 3, aggravated assault, that merges into counts 1 and 2. With respect to count 4, felony murder, that merges into count 1 and it is dismissed as a matter of law. With respect to count 5, the false imprisonment verdict, the court imposes a sentence of 8 years consecutive. With respect to count 6, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, the court imposes a sentence of 5 years that will run consecutive to the underlying sentence. Count 7 and 8 will merge into count 6. So the court's total sentence is life with a possibility of parole plus 8 years consecutive on the false imprisonment and 5 years consecutive on the possession of firearm during the commission of a felony. And that is the court sentence. So I'll remand you again, Ms. Payne, into the custody of the Sheriff's Department. Before I do have some instructions for you, Ms. Payne. You have a right to seek post-judgment relief from your conviction of the crimes, either by making a motion for a new trial in this court and/or filing an appeal to a higher appellate court. If you want to file a motion for new trial or an appeal, then you will need to file the said motion or a notice of appeal with the clerk of Superior Court of this county within 30 days. You may want to more fully discuss this with your attorney. If a motion for new trial is made and the court denies it, you will have 30 days from the filing of this order of denial in which to file with the clerk of court your notice of appeal. You have a right to have an attorney represent you on the motion for new trial and the first level of direct appellate review. And if you cannot afford to hire an attorney, the court will provide you an attorney and a transcript of your trial at no cost. In addition, usually you have a period of 4 years from the date of your sentence, which is today, before in this court becomes final to file a habeas corpus petition. The details that can affect the time within which you must file this petition are contained in the copy of this code subsection, and I'm going to ask the deputies to hand that to you. And so you have 4 years from today's date to file a habeas corpus petition. Councils, I can confer with you as to set in a date for the hearing for a motion for new trial, but we can do that once we're adjourned. Okay. Deputy, could you have that?
She'd have done better with the plea deal.
Yes.
I noticed you said 8 and 5. Are any of those additional charges, are any of that going to be probated?
I believe I was very clear, Attorney Tucker, that they're consecutive.
So it's consecutive to serve.
The life with the possibility of parole. Okay. Anything further from the state?
Nothing further from the state, Judge.
Anything further from defense
No
counsel?
further from the defense.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Payne, you may go with the deputies at this time. With respect to this matter, the court stands adjourned at this time.
So life sentence in Georgia is 30 years. And for other sentences in Georgia, you have to serve a third of your sentence. So she'll be eligible for parole in 30 years. And according to life sentence. And for the other ones, the 8 and 5, she'll have to serve a third of that before possibly being let out. So there you have it. Here, I'll keep this kind of in the corner so y'all can watch them leaving, but I am ready to get back to our trial. So I'm going to put it on over here.
Of parameters with the visual inspection of the two kids. So you're looking at these two children and you're trying to guess age, you're trying to guess weight, you're trying to guess all these things to give her as much information so that she can go to these databases and try to get you a range of possibilities, which is extremely difficult.
At that time, did you all identify any possible people they could be?
A list was started, and I know that she gathered that information, but not on that day. It wasn't until the next morning that we got that list.
Okay. So the next day, did you attend the autopsies?
I did.
And what did you observe at the autopsies?
Kids were laid out You observed just the several wounds to the upper torso, lower
Oh.
torso, and genitals.
It affected
The
him.
strap that was on one of the victims that presumptively restrained them in some way. The
He
burning,
choked up.
charring, and the other factors.
And were fingerprints attempted?
They were attempted at this I refer to my notes because I don't want to speak incorrectly.
He choked
I
up
believe
talking about it.
fingerprints were attempted at the scene and again at the autopsy only because the fingers were charred so badly. So I do not want to misspeak about that, but I believe it was attempted at both locations.
Okay. Did you come up with another idea for identifying them?
Yes. So anytime you have a child that's been, there's the possibility of them being fingerprinted it's minute. So I came up with the idea that we would contact one of our CSU techs that was also a forensic artist. That's CSU tech, Erin Wright. And I asked her if she could do a rendering of the two kids so that if we had to put that on the news or someplace else to have the community help us identify these kids, that we could use them. She agreed, and we took photographs of the kids as they were, and she began her renderings.
Why couldn't you just put the photographs on the news?
Nobody needs to see that on the news. That's your child. To see that for the first time would be, yeah, I'm a dad. That would be devastating.
Were the sketches put on the news?
Yes.
And did that result in any leads?
Yes, actually did.
Oh, that's
The next
that makes me
day,
so sad for him.
the 24th, we gathered together in the office to come up with because we still hadn't identified the bodies. And we came up with a game plan. And one of the things that came up with was the fact that we had gotten a tip from Olmsted Middle School that the assistant principal thought she knew who the kids were from the renderings that we had placed on the news. So with that being said, she gave Detective Spalding the information, and Detective Spalding went to the school, and me and Sergeant Burbrink went to the location that was given to her by the assistant principal at the school.
A location, do you mean address of the children?
Yes,
Okay.
where they lived.
And what was that address?
I know it by heart, but unfortunately I'm a little, I apologize. Forty-eight 17 Cliff Ave.
What neighborhood is that in?
It's next to Iroquois, it's next to South End a little.
Who was there?
Miss Elizabeth Wren.
Did she have other family members present?
She did. There was another individual there, TJ, who was her brother.
Did you show her the sketches?
And Sergeant Burbrink went up to the mother, started to ask her relative questions without having to show her the picture of her dead children.
I'm sorry, did you say it was her brother that was there with her?
I believe it was her brother, yes, TJ Wren.
I'm sorry for interrupting.
So once we got the feeling that this could possibly be the mom, I asked Sergeant Burbrink if I could show a picture, an actual photo of the deceased child, and she was able to positively identify her children.
Did you interview her?
Yes.
They are, and at the station eventually?
Yes.
Okay. And did you all interview TJ?
Yes.
Danny Joe, thank you so much for
Did you
getting
gather
on.
enough information that led you to the next step?
Yes. Once we interviewed those two individuals, we gathered the possibility of suspects, and then we started our investigation moving forward. And this is when things started to move very quickly.
So where was the first place you headed?
The first place we went to was to Brice Rhodes' residence to confirm the location of 763 North Height, which we at the time didn't know, but the brother of Elizabeth's friend, TJ, was able to show us the location.
And is that what Sergeant Vance testified about earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Were you with Sergeant Vance?
No, I was not.
Were you still with Elizabeth Wren?
Yes.
Okay. What's going on where you are?
Okay, so where we're at, we're trying to gather as much information as we can. We're also did a consent search of the location to see if there's any possible evidence located at the house.
Did you locate anything?
No. Oh, I'm sorry. And trying to organize that, and then informing other detectives of what we had at that location, and that we have confirmed the identity of the two children. So then we moved to talking to people and trying to get as much information as we could and gather that.
Okay, so Sergeant Vance heads over with TJ to.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you all talking back and forth while this is going on?
Now, me and Sergeant Vance are not talking. Sergeant Vance is talking to Sergeant Burbank and stuff like that, only because I'm more focused on the information that we're gathering at the house.
And who were you with?
I was with Sergeant Burbank. Oh, who was I talking to, or who was I?
Well, who was present at the house with you and Elizabeth Wren?
Oh, Sergeant Burbank, and then we had other detectives that showed up.
And as we heard earlier, Sergeant Vance was also with other people, correct?
Yes.
Were you notified that the defendant was picked up at the Speedway?
Yes.
What happens then?
I leave the location that I'm at, which is on Cliff, and I head back to the office to help to orchestrate the interview.
And we'll get to that in a second. What did Miss Wren give you information about her son's phone?
Yes, she did. One of the questions we asked, which would be a question you would ask any parent, is why didn't you file a missing persons or contact the police? And she had stated that she had been in contact with one of their friends, and their friends had said that they were out to the store and he was using their phone to call when they get back. And that information led us to another part of the investigation.
Did she provide you with a phone number?
She did.
And were you able to do anything with that phone number?
Yes, we were able to take that phone, considering the information that we had from the house and the fact that a relative time frame of when the kids were last there. We took that phone number and we used that phone number and the assistance of the U.S. Marshals to start pinging that phone and finding out where its location was.
Did the marshals figure that out?
They did.
And is that what Sergeant Vance testified to about going to the location and finding the phone with Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Did you know what car the defendant was stopped in?
Yes.
And how did that lead into, what did you investigate there with the car?
Well, the black Dodge Charger, what he was stopped in, that information led us to holding that vehicle and using it and searching it and trying to gather evidence from it.
And did you know initially whether that was his car or not?
Not initially. Once we ran it and we understood that it was a rental, then we took that information, found out who the rental party was, and then we passed that information on to other detectives, and they located that individual, Mr. Christopher Jensen.
And is that what Detective Rutherford testified about the direction he took on the case?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, did you all find out about another car?
We did.
And what was that?
That was the Mazda 3, blue Mazda 3.
Is that what Mr. Jensen talks about providing?
Yes.
Was that car also located and held?
Yes.
Is all of this going on at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. And where are you?
Now I am back at the office because we have got Mr. Rhodes in custody, and I am preparing to go forward with that part of the investigation.
So did you interview him?
Yes.
And was that interview recorded?
Yes.
Is this all happening on May 24th? So.
Yes.
The court moves to admit and play the interview of the defendant as Exhibit 137.
All right, I'm gonna go to
Go ahead, Mr. Trump.
regular speed for the interview so that we can hear, because the
Well, here's the thing, man. We are looking for 2 missing kids, and we don't know. We heard that you might know where they might be.
Sorry, just to backtrack a little. Was there a little introductory part where you all chit chatted before we get to this part?
Have you seen with them or talked to them any way, shape, or form? Anything you could help us to find them, we would appreciate it. Who are they? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. Brice.
And who else?
And Larry.
I know them. Yeah.
Have you seen them lately?
No, I haven't seen them about.
You haven't seen them in a week?
Yeah.
And try to the best you can, because we're trying to track these kids down. When was the last time that you've ever seen them, or was it?
Oh, probably at Circle K or riding down Taylor. Like I see them like, cause I got a girl that stays in the South area, and I might see them out playing basketball and stuff like that.
Circle K on Taylor?
Yeah, kind of like Circle K.
And And I know like we're trying to focus on you like all of a sudden, but like ballpark time that was.
Probably around 4, 5 o'clock.
What day is that?
Probably like, what's the day?
Today's Tuesday.
Probably around last Tuesday, to be honest. Tuesday or Wednesday. Not trying to lie, probably Tuesday or Wednesday.
And we're talking 4 or 5 p.m.
Yeah.
Tuesday or Wednesday. Last.
Yeah, I always see like a bunch of them walk through the neighborhood because everybody goes to Wyandotte Park, right? Plays basketball. So everybody knows each other.
You play ball?
Yeah, I play. Everybody's always at the park, so everybody, pick up games. So that's how people kind of know each other. Everybody's always around the neighborhood and stuff and tied up.
You close to these kids at all?
Like cool. We play basketball. I'm cool with a lot of people.
Man, where do you think they may go? Where would you think that they could possibly, any friends?
To be honest, outside of that, I mean, everybody's cool, but I don't know. It's like everybody's cool. It's like damn near 50 to 100 people. Everybody's cool. Like people hang with different. One day, me and you might hang and play basketball. Next day, I might not see you for a week, and like I don't know.
Well, let me ask you, how tight were you with? Did you hang out with them on a regular basis?
That was cool. Yeah, we hung at different times. Different times.
All right.
Went to the park, play basketball. Might go out to eat or something. That was cool.
Ladies, any girls that are interested? Any girls that they know?
He had a lot of female friends, to be honest.
Which one?
I guess both of them. Yeah. I mean, I was at the park, I seen a lot of people, a lot of females and stuff. I mean, everybody was cool. It was like, it's a big neighborhood. Everybody hangs with everybody. Everybody's cool.
Nobody in particular they were dating?
I don't really get this business.
Okay. Did he ever hang out with any particular people there? Like any certain people that he that they other guys you might know that they might hang out with more often than you?
Some dude named Joe that hung out with a lot.
Joe? Yeah. Anything else with Joe, like a street name or anything?
No, that's it.
Black male, white male?
Black male. Okay, 24, 25.
So they were hanging with like kind of a world group?
Like, yeah, different people.
Because how old are you?
I'm 25.
Does Joe drive a car?
No, I just hear him always be like, I'm with Joe or this or that. I never really ask questions. Like, people don't really get in people's business. That's like you fuck with a girl. Oh, what she look like? I don't know why. Who you with? I don't really ask questions.
I got you. Have you ever seen, do you know Joe at all?
Nah.
Not tight with him at all?
No, I don't really know who he is. I just hear about him with different people. Just everybody, just all kind of people. People have different people,
Did they ever talk about going to any other parks?
Just wind up.
No other parks?
And that's the only one that basketball for.
Do you know what school they went to or anything like that?
No.
You know the family?
Yeah, I know the mother. Who's the mother? I used to date their mother, probably like last summer, just to talk to her and stuff. Not date her, but like just kind of like hang out. Yeah, hang out with her, go to get something to eat or something. But we talk. Then I just see them at the basketball courts and stuff like that. But everybody was friends.
Have you ever been to their house? Have you ever been?
Yeah, I've been to their house. Yeah.
But I mean, you hung out with their mom?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
What was the last time?
It's on Cliff. What'd you say?
What was the last time you were at their house?
Probably like Tuesday or something. Tuesday, Wednesday.
So around the last time you saw him?
Yeah, around last time I saw him.
Let me ask you this. Everything cool? Home life and everything? Any concerns there?
I believe their mother's on drugs now. She's an alcoholic and she's on heroin.
Oh.
So that's the only thing I know of. And I know they always they're never home. They always run away. Not run away, but they're never home. Every time I see them out, I could be riding down Taylor or, early in the morning. We got to do one drive to school, nothing like that. As far as I know, I don't really go over like that.
So did you, has anybody said anything about him or anything like that from the neighborhood?
Actually, TJ, he texted my phone today. Their uncle.
Yeah.
Talking about, he's like, somebody that were dead or something like that. And I'm like, I text him, I'm like, are you joking? You know what I'm saying? He never texted me back. No, actually, he's like, yeah, he's like, I'm like, are you joking? Like, then I called him, he didn't answer. I'm thinking, like, I don't know, did they run away or like, what happened? I'm trying to call him, figure out what's going on.
Yeah, we're still trying to figure it out, man. We're just still
I
trying to
don't know. I tried to get in touch with him, but I couldn't, he didn't never call me back. But, you know.
Did you, have you, I mean, crack your brain, man. Is there anybody that they would hang out with you would know?
They hang out with a lot of people, you know.
I mean, on a regular basis, you know, it's not like, you know the difference between a friend, associate and a friend, right?
Yeah.
Associate is somebody you say hi to.
To be honest, you know, they was in a gang, and I don't know, they hung out with different crowds.
What gang were they in?
I don't really know because I don't really ask them, but I knew they was just the people they hung with, and different type of crowds and things they used to say and stuff like that. At the basketball courts, there always be fights up there, you know, different people, you know, a lot of drama at the basketball.
Right, yeah.
Me as an older person, y'all don't do that around here. Talking to all the young kids, all the people too. We come here to play basketball. All that negativity, y'all can take it around the corner somewhere, and there's a police station across the street. You know, so
He's so full of
I
it.
play basketball.
Man, I think you grew up in the area.
No, I just.
You comfortable on the street.
What's that, man?
I mean, you're comfortable on the street, like, you're street smart, right? I mean,
What's that mean, man?
I mean, like, you know, like, man, you don't talk to people about stuff that you don't have that kind of relationship. Like, you can survive on the street, right?
I mean, I guess.
So, I mean, we got gangs, you know, people are in, kids are like, yeah, we're the new clique, but they're not really doing anything. I mean, are they from the people that they were hanging out with, are you getting the impression that this was more serious, or there's a bunch of kids running around like fake?
To be honest, I didn't really. I just talked to her mom last summer and stuff, and I never really did talk to them. And like, as it got hot again, everybody got the basketball court. It's like, oh, hey, where y'all been at? You know what I'm saying? Because her mother broke up. We got into an argument, you know, over, I guess she thought it was cheating on her or something like that. But it was nothing serious, over some money, I think. And that was back last summer, you know what I'm saying? And so I seen them, you know what I'm saying, this summer. Everybody's in the basketball, hey, we doing stuff, they hang with different people and stuff. I don't ever ask who's this and who's that, but, you know.
Where'd you grow up at?
I grew up on Market.
Down Market? Is that your car?
17. One second.
Is that your car?
No, that's actually my friend's car. He just lets me get it. Whenever he's like going to work, he's going different places and stuff, you know, he lets me get it.
I didn't know, man, I was just asking. Is it a rental?
I believe so.
How long have you had the car?
I just got it today, actually.
Just got it today. Does it let you use it on a regular basis or no?
You know, here and there, you know.
So you used that car before?
I mean, yeah, here and there.
How long have you been using it?
Just like today and a couple times last week. Different times.
So like, I mean, the way you said that kind of suggests that, well, like historically borrowed cars from them, has it been different cars?
Not just that, you know. You might get a rental or something, and I'm like, you know, just one here and there.
Okay. But you've only been using this car for a week and a half?
Not just, yeah, probably, yeah, so,
A week and a half?
not probably a month.
Both?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Is there anything we haven't asked that you think might be relevant? Might help us?
Y'all don't want to answer the questions.
Oh man, we're just trying to find the kids.
I mean, y'all don't, you know, y'all got the questions, I'll answer, you know, whatever. No.
But no, I mean, I respect that, but I'm saying is, like, oftentimes, people won't tell you something because you didn't ask the right question. So is there something that we're not asking that, like,
I mean, where they run away to, like,
we did that, man, we won't be here. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I wish I could help where they was, you know, I don't, you know.
All right, man, we'll be back in, and we'll figure out and get you over to where you gotta be, all right?
So at this point,
Thanks, Brice. Appreciate it, man.
at this point, they're still questioning him about the missing kids. They haven't said anything about.
So I'm cool.
Haven't said anything about their bodies or anything like that.
Yes. And did you come back a few minutes later with a follow-up question?
Yes.
He sits on a throne of lies. Did you hear him tell them that the boy's mom is an alcoholic and on heroin?
Hey, man. We're just gonna be completely honest with you, man.
Uh-oh, here we
We
go.
have video of your truck being there on Saturday. Were you there Saturday? In front of Maurice's house. I'm probably assuming okay.
Okay, so obviously at this point you knew the kids were dead, right?
Yes.
Why were you acting like you didn't know that when you were talking to them?
We use various investigative techniques to get the individual to tell us things, to get to the truth.
Did you have a video of the charger in front of Elizabeth Wren's house?
No.
After you interviewed him, what did you do?
Oh, okay. In this process, once we were done interviewing Mr. Rhodes, at that point, I believe Mr. Anwan Carter was already brought down to the thing, and I switched my attention over to there.
Okay. Did you conduct the interview with Mr. Carter?
I conducted the very first interview with Mr. Carter, yes.
How did that interview initially go?
Not well. Not well at all.
Did he tell you what he told us here in court?
No.
Okay. At what happened to conclude that interview? How did that interview it? Did he ask for a lawyer?
Yes.
Okay, so when somebody asks for a lawyer, what do you do?
Leave the room.
All right. What happened next with him?
He wanted to talk to his family. We let him talk to his family,
And who was his family?
his sister and his mom.
Okay.
And then the sister approached us and told us that he wanted to reinitiate and talk to us. At that point, it's important that we follow the rules so closely. So I talked to another sergeant that was in charge of me at the time, a Sergeant Lesher, and I requested Sergeant Lesher go back into the room, reread him his rights, explain to him the situation, and then he conducted the second interview while I observed it from another room.
Was that interview, did he tell you what he told us in court?
Yes.
So what were the crucial pieces of information that you gathered from that interview that helped your investigation?
Yes.
And what were they?
Okay, well, obviously the story that you heard in testimony.
Did this now let you know where the murder happened?
Thank
Yes.
you, Stephen.
While you're doing all this, was the first search warrant at Height that we heard about going on?
Yes.
Okay, so did you all get new information that caused the second search warrant to happen?
Once Anwan reinitiated and Sergeant Lesher began talking to him and gathered the information, we took that information, and once we had enough and we realized that it was no longer looking for a murder weapon, we were looking at a murder scene, we had to change the dynamics, write another search warrant, and go back over to 7663 North Height.
Why didn't you just pull out the carpet the first time you were in there?
If we pulled out the carpet of every single house we went into for every single search warrant, I don't know if there would be an uproar, would there not? We don't pull up the carpet because we don't have any evidence to support the idea that we need to pull up the carpet. When you do a search warrant, you're looking for specific items, right? So the initial search warrant, we're looking for a murder weapon. We're looking for anything that would lead us to the next step. Once we gathered this information from Mr. Carter, that the murder actually occurred at 763 North Height, well, now we have to change our gears. We have to write another search warrant and start a more forensically motivated search.
And at the time that Detective Middleton collected the two knives, did you have any idea if those were the murder weapons or not?
No.
So do you all just collect things just to be safe?
Well, we knew the kids were stabbed. So those two knives were under a bed. Logically speaking, okay, let's take those knives.
Was this the first time you all had information that Christopher Jones was murdered?
Yes,
And so did you alert Detective Griffin?
I notified Detective Griffin.
And did you get information on a third individual from Mr. Carter? Ja'Cory Taylor?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, we did. He referenced Mr. Taylor several times as Corey and explained to us that little Corey and Corey was the individual that was also at the location when the murders took place and participated.
What did you do with that information?
Detectives went out. Actually, let's make sure we go in line here. While this information is coming to us and while we're conducting the other search and while we're doing all this other stuff, more information is coming in from other people. Detective Vance is giving us information. And we're gathering information about everything that was going on that day. I believe it was, I don't want to misspeak. Oh, yes. Well, this is going on. We're also, Detective Rutherford also interviewed Mr. Christopher Jensen. And during this interview with Mr. Christopher Jensen, we located the blue Mazda. And it was relayed to us about the unbelievable smell of bleach coming from the Mazda and the missing backseat.
So what did you all do with that information?
That information, Sergeant Lesher gathered more information from Mr. Carter, and we sent Detective Peters, who you heard testify the other day, and Detective Messler out to go look for the back seat and the burnt dumpsters.
And did you receive word that a dumpster had been identified as possibly containing a backseat?
Yes. Detective Peters called Lieutenant Kessinger, and Lieutenant Kessinger told me we found it. Found the backseat.
Okay. Did you or a detective arrest eventually Corey Taylor?
Yes.
When did that happen?
The 25th.
Was he interviewed?
Yes.
And did he testify, or did he, his interview, did he state what he testified to in court at that time?
Yes.
Did he admit to this case at that time?
During which interview?
Sorry. All right, on May 25th, did Corey Taylor admit to the crime?
No.
Okay. In fact, he interviewed for a long time with you
Yes.
and denied it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did the interview of did Corey Taylor and or Anwan Carter tell you about other individuals being present with Brice Rhodes and them and Larry and Maurice at Hyde Avenue?
Yes.
What information did you get from them that could or did not help with further identification?
From which one? I'm sorry.
From, let's say, did Corey give you any information that helped?
He just told us about a light-skinned male and a black-skinned male. He didn't, a dark-skinned male. He didn't give us anything other than that. Really.
Okay. What about Anwan?
Anwan Carter on the, I believe it was the third interview, we were able to deduce some of the information that he gave us and come up with a possible individual, and we conducted a photo pack. That photo pack gave us an individual that I went forward and arrested, and his case was adjudicated separately.
And are we talking about down the road when they came in for their later interviews that you got this
I
information?
didn't lock up the fourth subject until November, I believe.
And what is his name?
Tareen Coleman.
Okay, and that was handled separately?
Yes.
Okay. What did you ever get information on this fifth person? Was Tareen Coleman believed to be the dark-skinned or lighter skinned?
Dark-skinned.
Okay, what about the lighter skinned male? Did you, if you had that
would have pursued
information?
it.
I'm sorry.
I mean, in November, this happened in May. In November, I received information and could confirm the identity of Tareen Coleman. We don't stop. We go forward. We go get the bad guys. That's our job, right? So yes, if I had any information at all that would relatively tell me who the light-skinned individual was, I would have pursued that as any detective would have.
Wow. So he just got away with it, whoever the light skinned guy was.
When, do you recall when the second, well, so you had the first interview of Carter, which was broken into two parts with
Yes.
his family talking to him in the middle. The second interview of him, do you recall what day or what month that was?
The second interview?
Well, the second time that he was interviewed. Like,
Sorry.
okay, you had the first day, May 24th.
Right.
Is there a second time that you come back and interview him?
Yes,
And
yes,
when
yes.
was that?
That was when you were present
Yes.
along with his lawyer. I'd have to refer to gosh, I don't know.
Was it months later?
Yes,
Okay.
months later.
And same for Ja'Cory Taylor. Do you recall when that happened?
It was months later.
Okay. Was that also in the presence of his attorney?
Yes.
And me? We talked about a lot of addresses and
I wonder if the one who never got caught is another like young one who was, or if he was more
Google Maps
involved.
and show these locations. Okay. Tell me the address on River Park where the bodies were found.
4028 River Park Drive.
I feel bad. The detective, you could tell that this case has like
And so they would have actually been behind that house, correct?
affected him. I think anything with kids would.
Where did the children live?
They lived at 4817 Cliff Ave.
Okay. And what about height?
763 North Height.
And then do you recall, or do you have in your notes the address of the dumpster?
Yes. Address, 1 second, please. Uh, 6508 Hackle Drive.
Oh.
All right, I want to make a chart of what was happening on each day, just because I know we've thrown out a lot of dates.
A chart.
And I want to make sure that the jury understands what was happening when. So this started on May 22nd.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a summary of police involvement with this case on that day. You want me to River Park?
Yeah, we went to River Park, 4028 River Park.
Okay.
Canvas, did our initial investigation. Detective Vance was the scene investigator. And spoke to the area, looked for cameras, looked for people.
This involved police, CSU.
Arson, everybody. Corner.
Included searches of the surrounding neighborhood.
Yes, ma'am.
On May 23rd. What happened that day?
Autopsy.
And how quick is the autopsy?
It's not. It's not fast.
Were you there all?
The whole time.
What else is going on that day?
Yorkie.
May 23rd. Okay. So May 23rd, we're doing the autopsy. We're gathering information. And we're also doing follow-up on trying to identify the children.
And is that including the missing persons database?
Yes. missing person database, the sketches, talking to news and media to try and coordinate it, to do it the most tactfully and best way to put that information out.
All right, next day, May 24th. Is that the day that Olmsted?
I would have to refer to Detective, well, at the time, Detective Spaulding's letter. I don't want to give the wrong information, but I got the information, me personally, on the 24th.
Children identified. Is that the day you went to Elizabeth Wright's house?
It is.
And is that the day that Sergeant Vance took TJ Wren to Height Avenue?
Yes.
Is that the day that the defendant was stopped?
Yes.
At the gas station? And taken into
Custody, yes.
Is that the day that the first Height search warrant happened?
Yes.
And is that the day that Sergeant Vance went to A1 Carter's residence and got the phone?
Yes.
Let's see. Did you interview the defendant that day?
Yes.
Did you interview Ms. Wren also?
Yes.
And I believe you said you went straight from that interview into Mr. Carter's interview?
Yes. Relatively speaking, yes.
Is that the day of the second search warrants?
Yes.
On Height Avenue?
On Height, yes.
Is Detective Rutherford out there interviewing Christians on that day?
Yes.
And is that the day Detective Royce processed the charger?
I believe so. I want to make sure about that. I'm sorry. Yes, as stated in his letter.
Okay. And are other detectives out canvassing Heights during this? Or at least that apartment complex?
Yes.
Did a detective go talk to a child at Olmsted?
Yes.
Did you all attempt to process the phone that was plugged into A1 Carter?
Yes. Detective Mickey Kahn did. We didn't get anything from the phone. Our Cellbrite machine wouldn't download it.
And did you all get anything out of that interview with the kid at Olmsted?
Not according to the information that we received.
And when we're talking about the phone, it would have been Maurice's phone that A1 Carter ended up with.
Yes.
On, if you could refer, if you need to Detective Vance's letter dated on May 26th. Is that when he collected the boots at Liberty Belleville Way, Onicia's apartment? Oh, I'm sorry, I just skipped it.
Yeah, that was on the 25th.
Okay, May 25th. May 25th, is that the day you all processed the Mazda?
I believe so.
And I believe we heard from Detective Silveria that other detectives, I believe Rusty Holland brought her buckle swabs and clothes of the defendant and the A1 Carter that day.
Yes, I believe so.
And that was the day that Taylor was arrested.
Yes.
And were his buckles and clothes collected?
Yes.
And by about those three minutes long, they set up.
Yes.
And was that the day, the 24th into the 25th of Detective Peters being at the house?
Yes. Yes.
So then, sorry, the 26th was that the day.
Yes.
So when all this wraps up, do you just stop working on this case?
No.
What were you doing?
There is unbelievable amounts of paperwork, unbelievable amounts of information that you have to process and continue. We were doing research on trying to find out who the other two individuals were that were in the home at the time of the murders. We were trying to gather the evidence that we had on the house, the suspects, and the victims.
And I believe we've heard from Detective Silveria. In fact, in July, in fact, did you do the cutting out of the lawsuit?
We did.
Okay, so you keep working on cases.
Yes.
Did you start the court process?
Yes.
What day was the preliminary hearing on this case?
I don't know the exact date. I'm sorry.
Okay. Did you saw a transcript of that or refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Mr. Brown, I'm sorry, what did you say you were trying to?
The date of the preliminary.
Okay.
June 3rd of 2016.
And then do you ultimately testify in the grand jury on this case?
Yes.
Is that in July?
Yes.
Do you recall the exact date?
I think July 13th, maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
Of 2016. Sorry.
So then later, after all this, we have October, you interviewed Carter again? Do you remember?
No, I don't remember the date. Months later, yes.
And from that interview, you got information on them?
Not from yeah, you're talking about Carter. I'm sorry. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Later, you interviewed Jafori again, correct?
Yes.
And then when, like, on May 25th, do you have all the reports? On that
No.
day? When do you get reports?
Months later, like months later. CSU is processing.
CSU give you reports?
At various times throughout, like, I know for example, I believe the report for they're emailed.
To use an example, Detective Kimmer's report. When do you get that?
Detective Kimmer report was 9/7 of 2016. I think. Yes.
And that was the report about the gun search?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we heard from the lab analysts that they're sending you reports in 2017. Is that approximately when you received those reports?
Yes.
And during all of this time, this is your only case.
No.
What
No.
else are you doing?
Oh my gosh. 2016, Louisville homicide. We broke records on homicides. We had over 120 homicides, one of the highest epidemics of the heroin epidemic. Homicide is in charge of not just homicides, but also death investigations, suicides, overdoses. No, this was not my only case. In fact, I think in November of that year, I was also the lead detective on the double homicide with 9 people shot during Thanksgiving at the Juice Bowl.
I have a question. I'm gonna ask you a question about the lab testimony we heard earlier. We were all using a lot of numbers. The jury doesn't have reports that you have for the case. Was this the leather strap we've seen in the photo that was on Larry's arm at the time of his death?
Yes, ma'am.
And were these the knives that Detective Middleton collected in the house?
Yes.
And were these the carpet cuttings from the Hyde Avenue house?
Yes.
And what about these items? The blanket, pillow, towel sheet, carpet, latex glove, and the Reebok shoe?
From the dumpster.
Thank you, Deborah, so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Obviously, the car items came from the Mazda
Yes, ma'am.
and the Timberlands from the Libertyville address.
Yes, ma'am.
Who are those other people that the lab analyst read? Emily Sutherland, John Lyle, Lenny Frazier. We haven't heard their names before.
Those are all individuals that could possibly have been in the Dodge Charger at some point. We have to take swabs of individuals so that we can exclude them or include them in the analysis. So when Detective Rutherford does his investigation and talks to Christopher Jensen, one of the things we do to make it easier for the lab and for the processing is to get as much information as we possibly can, which includes getting anybody that could possibly be inside that vehicle at any given time.
And were those acquaintances of Christopher Jensen?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we've heard a lot in this trial of questions about the backseat of the car. Can you tell the jury what you know about the backseat and when you knew things about the backseat?
Okay. I know the back seat was cut out of the car. That we
Seatgate.
know.
Seatgate.
I know that I was informed when Detective Peters got to the dumpster and he told Lieutenant Kessinger that they found it. I understood that they found it. I know now that we do not have the back seat. We never had the back seat. And it wasn't until months later when Anwan Carter gave the distinct and clear testimony.
With interview
of where a possible location of the backseat could be. I went into depth with Anwan Carter on several levels to try and figure out where that backseat was. And I could not locate it in any way, shape, or form. I tried desperately.
did he tell you a neighborhood?
He told me a neighborhood, but
You gotta
as
know.
I'm sure you're well aware of, you can't go to a judge and get a search warrant for a geographical area without some specifics.
So until Carter's interview on October 16th, did you have any direction to take about where to locate this backseat?
No.
And until you got Kimmer's report on the dumpster on September 7th, did you even realize that CSU didn't have the backseat?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
So he said that they never had it.
Does anybody need a break before we begin cross-examination? All right, great.
He says that they never had it. Remember the defense, one of the things that they brought up was that, oh, they lost the back seat. And
Detective, you were lead on the case of Larry and Maurice.
That it was bad
Correct.
policing because they lost it.
And not involved in the investigation of the Christopher Jones shooting, correct?
No, I was not.
So only what we've been referring to as the May 22nd incident, we'll say, is what you were lead on, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, as lead, that means that you oversee the case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You, as lead, are responsible for the investigation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Part of that includes supervising the roles and duties of other officers
Yes, ma'am.
and overseeing the collection of evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm putting it back at 1.25 because this lady's so slow. So slow.
So you were responsible for the evidence that was sent to the lab for testing in this case?
Like, and what form? I'm sorry.
Responsible in, I guess, as lead, deciding what to send to the lab.
There were several discussions on a round table as far as what we should send and what we shouldn't send. As a lead detective, you have to rely on the people that are around you and the CSU techs, because honestly, that's not my profession.
But you would agree that you're the case officer listed on the laboratory forms?
Yes, ma'am.
Holly Mack, thank you so much.
And so you requested several examinations of evidence in this case then, it sounds like,
Yes, ma'am.
including the shoe and tire print identification.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you asked the lab as part of that to compare the tire tracks and the shoe prints that were found at the scene of where Larry and Maurice were located, to compare those to Mr. Rhodes' suspected vehicles, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And his suspected shoes.
Yes, ma'am.
And you could not identify Brice's vehicle as making those tire tracks.
I believe, and I could be wrong, ma'am, but I don't think they included or excluded it.
I just want to know, did you get a positive identification on those tracks belonging to either of Brice Rhodes' vehicles that have come up?
I don't believe we got a positive or a negative, ma'am. I think that how they stated it they could not be included or excluded.
But the question is, you didn't get a positive to match?
No.
Okay. And Brice's shoes were not a match to the footprints?
No, ma'am.
You showed the jury, I'm sorry, you didn't personally, one of your colleagues, I believe, showed the jury a picture of the blue Mazda in this case, in which luminol had been sprayed.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall seeing that
No, I
photograph?
was not here that day.
Okay. Have you seen that picture before, though, at
Yes,
some
ma'am.
point in the investigation? And there was some blue lit up in that vehicle that I guess law enforcement believed to be blood.
We interpreted it as such, yes.
But when it was sent to the lab, it was not in fact blood, correct?
I don't think every part was. I would have to refer to we just had the testimony, and I don't want to say differently than what the testimony said.
Lucy snoring.
A specific part? Can you give me a specific
I
part?
can flip back, but what I'm referring to is the picture that the jury saw. It had a bunch of blue on it, but that wasn't blood when the results came back.
I don't believe so, no, ma'am.
Sorry, real quick. Tyrion is apparently not going to testify because the state is resting right now.
You also requested the lab perform DNA analysis on the evidence, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you tested under Larry Ordway's fingernails for DNA foreign to him. You tested the carpet, the blanket, other items. None of that had Brice's DNA on it, correct?
No, ma'am. It did not.
And in fact, the only piece of evidence that had Brice Rhodes' DNA on it was his steering wheel and the gear shift of his own vehicle, correct?
Correct.
The leather strap that was spoken about to restrain Larry Ordway,
Yes, ma'am.
that did not have Brice Rhodes' DNA on it, did it?
No, I do not believe so. I don't believe it had anybody's. I don't think they could pinpoint because it was too small of a sample.
Yes.
Yeah, we're like half an hour behind. But the state just rested, so
Carter was interviewed. Detective, you testify that Ann Juan Carter was interviewed by you.
The first time, yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true that Mr. Carter did not involve Brice in the death of Larry and Maurice until after you told Mr. Carter in that interview room that Brice was throwing him under the bus and blaming him for all the murders?
I would have to refer to the interview. If you have it, I'll be happy to refer to it. If you could show me the page and information, that'd be great.
I was wondering because this is the lead detective, and normally they save the lead detective for last in most trials. And so Tyrion is not testifying.
Thank you.
And this is a long transcript, Detective, that I've turned to the page of where I believe that you said that.
Can I?
Help?
Can I?
Sure.
Thank you
Feel
so
free
much.
to look.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Are you sure this was me and not Sergeant Lesher, ma'am?
This was from the first interview on May the 24th, but during the second part.
Right, I believe that was Sergeant Lesher.
You were present
No, ma'am, I was observing.
from another room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I don't believe this was me. I believe that was Sergeant Lesher. I could be mistaken because their names are not on there. Our transcripts have names.
I understand. But you will acknowledge that that was said to Mr. Rhodes, or excuse me, to Mr. Carter.
As an investigative tactic, absolutely.
Thank you.
Can you remind me what it was? I'm sorry.
Judge, my question was that to Detective Tonelli that isn't it true that Mr. Carter did not mention Brice Rhodes being involved in the murders of Larry and Maurice until after one of the detectives told Mr. Carter that Brice had been throwing him under the bus?
Thank you.
Lucy is snoring so loud.
But we just watched Mr. Rhodes' interview, and you did interview Mr. Rhodes.
Yes.
And that was not true, was it?
I'm sorry, what?
That Brice had thrown Ann Juan Carter under the bus.
We use investigative tactics to gather the truth, ma'am.
Ma'am, sir, but I'm asking you if it is true that when you told Mr. Carter that, had Brice Rhodes actually thrown him under the bus? Was that true? A true statement to Mr. Carter?
But ma'am, I was not the one that conducted the interview.
Detective Tonelli,
You
it is
conducted
a
the
yes or no.
interview
Was
with-
it true or not?
But I wasn't the one that stated
You
that.
know if it was true or not, don't you?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
please
I'm sorry.
answer.
I was confused about, I apologize. Yes. No, it was not true.
And Brice hadn't actually said anything about Ann Juan Carter at that point.
No, ma'am.
And to persuade Ann Juan to talking to you, you also, or possibly Sergeant Lesher, told him, don't worry about the truck you stole. We're not concerned about that.
I don't know if you said that, ma'am. I would have to see the transcript, but I'm sure another investigative tactic that we would use is to lessen a lesser crime to get to the murder of children.
You also told Mr. Rhodes, I believe, that there was a video of him in the Charger, and that wasn't correct either, was it?
No, it was an investigative tactic, ma'am.
You also told Ann Juan Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor, in an effort to get them to talk, that you had collected a back seat, correct?
It's possible. I don't remember and don't recall.
During the interviews, there were several of Ann Juan Carter, several names, other names came up. Is that true? In the course of his conversation, a lot of names were thrown out there, correct?
I'm not sure, ma'am. That's 7 years ago, but if you gave me the transcript, I'd be more than happy to look through it.
Well, let me ask you specifically, do you remember him telling you that when Larry and Maurice were killed, that there was at one point 2 black men and a white woman there?
Yes.
And do you remember him also talking about a light-skinned man that was there?
I believe in the context in which you're speaking, and I'm not trying to confuse the situation, he was describing the 2 that he had mentioned before. So he was saying there was 2 other gentlemen there, a light-skinned individual and a dark-skinned individual and a white female, and the white female had left before anything.
But that's not what he told you. That's your interpretation of it, correct?
I believe that's what he told me. If it's my interpretation, that's what I told me.
He also told you that his cousin Q had dropped him off that night.
Yes.
And you did not push him. Isn't it true? You did not push him about any of these people, whether it be their identity, their alibi, like you did when he brought up the name Brice Rhodes.
No, ma'am, that's not true. Because in the later on, months on the road, when we did the the third interview with Mr. Carter.
Right.
We also did the photo pack and got another individual that was involved in the crime. And
But my question to you, detective, is you testified that someone had told Ann Brice is throwing you under the bus. You didn't tell Mr. Carter, these other people are throwing you under the bus, or even tried to find out who the light-skinned person was that was there, I think is what you testified a while ago, that you never found out.
well, man, we can't invent people. We have to go off the evidence that's presented before us. We take that evidence, we research it, and then we go forward. If we can't find anything, we definitely can't invent it.
So Ann and Ja'Cory were able to describe all of these people that were there except for this one individual? Is that fair to say?
I mean, ma'am, they did the best, I guess, the best they could with the description as far as, it's just like the white female. We don't know who she is. They described it as a white female and a light-skinned male and a dark-skinned male.
Detective, you wrote an investigative report in this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're familiar with that report?
Fairly familiar, yes, ma'am.
Let me find it here. You have a copy of that with you
Thank you,
today?
ma'am. Thank you.
The date on page 1 of your report is listed as what?
May 22nd, 2016.
And that's, I'm assuming, when you started the investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what that date reflects?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you flip, officer, to page 10 of your report,
Yes, ma'am.
there is a spot at the very end.
Page 10 of my report,
Yes,
of my investigative letter.
yes.
I have page 9.
I'm looking at page 10 that says conclusion.
Okay, that's 9.
Is it a different number?
Yes.
Mine says 10, I apologize.
Yes.
On that page, on the last page of your report, we'll call it, there is a spot that says investigator signature and supervisor signature.
Mhm.
And you did not sign that, correct?
It's signed. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the copy that I have, if I may approach the witness.
You may.
Does not purport to have any signature on it, correct? Oh, not my copy.
No, your copy.
This is the only copy I've ever seen.
Okay.
So I don't have any way of telling when this report ended. And I don't have any way of telling if it was approved by your supervisor. Is that typically what these signatures are for?
No. we don't-
What is the signature at the end of the document for then?
As you can, on my copy right here, you can see, you sign it and put your code number, and then your supervisor signs it and puts your code number.
Prior to the date, May 22nd, 2016, there weren't any suspects in the Christopher Jones murder, as far as you know. I know you said that you were not lead detective.
I didn't do anything on that case. I honestly don't know.
To your knowledge, was Brice Rhodes a suspect in that case at that point on May 22nd?
Like I said before, ma'am, I have no idea.
I think your testimony a while ago was that you first learned that Christopher Jones, that you thought these two incidents were related, not up until this point, right?
Correct. Like, I didn't know they were related at all until the interviews were conducted, and then I made the phone call to Brian Green because I had no information about his case.
On page, well, I know our page numbers appear to be a
That's
little
okay,
bit
ma'am.
different.
We'll do the best we can.
On page 8 of my report,
Okay, what's the title?
subsequent investigation.
So she's going to be hard on him because their whole defense relies on her saying that, police had tunnel vision and they only came after him and he didn't do it. They just pointed the finger at him and went after him. So she's trying to come at him aggressively because this is the lead detective. So this is her chance to try to make her impression on the jury that they didn't do good police work.
Okay, ma'am.
You see that part?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On that part of your report is where you talk about the back seat of Brice's car having been removed in an attempt to possibly hide evidence of a crime, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that report, you reported that the back seat was recovered from a dumpster fire, correct?
That is what I knew at the time.
You talked about testifying at the preliminary hearing in this case on
Hi,
June the
Angie.
3rd of 2016, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that would have been the month following the deaths in this case, correct?
Well, that would have been like 7 or 8 days.
Right, but the following month.
Yes.
And you testified at the preliminary hearing, and the testimony is an effort to continue charging Brice with these accusations.
It's called a PC hearing. Yes, ma'am.
And you were under oath when you testified, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you told the judge at that time that the back seat of Brice's car had been removed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also told the judge that Brice acted alone in transporting the bodies of Larry and Maurice after they were killed. And that wasn't true either, was it?
At that point, with the information that we had, I believe that, I don't know, that's 7 years ago, ma'am. I don't know if we knew of the other two participants transporting the bodies with Brice or not. I can't remember.
After that, in July, following month after preliminary hearing, July 13th, 2016, you testified to the grand jury, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was also under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
And you had sworn to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
You told the entire grand jury that you had located where Brice dumped the back seat, correct?
Yes, and during that grand jury, the only thing I can say is that in the preliminary hearing, PC hearing, I caveated with the statement that we believe we have the back seat. It's in the transcript. We believe we have the back seat. We're waiting for the forensic analysis. Up until that point, and when I went to the grand jury, I went to the grand jury and testified that we had the back seat. I did not put the caveat in there, but I had not received the CSU reports, and I was going on good faith of the information that I had received during the investigation.
I said I wasn't going to use that, but I think the jury can still see it.
Feel free to move it if you need to.
I just want to, you had a lot going on.
Yes, ma'am.
It sounds like.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I think that's fair to say that, correct me if I'm wrong, but you are just physically unable to be everywhere at one place, right?
Correct.
And would it be fair to say that you may not know approximately, I mean, you may not know exactly, but if you can tell the jury approximately, if this is correct, that there were about, when I looked through the evidence, there were about 41 law enforcement officers involved in this case, 27 lab techs, 7 property clerks, for a total of around 75 people that are even just listed, not to mention the ones that weren't. Is that fair assumption to say that many people were involved in investigating? And
I don't want to speak to numbers, ma'am. I can't. I mean, if you looked at it, I mean, I don't think you'd lie. So I don't know.
And you cannot monitor every single one of these people 24/7 as to what they're doing and if they're doing it appropriately, correct?
Correct, but we're all trained the same way, and we're all doing the very best job, especially when we're dealing with such a heinous situation.
And one of the biggest things it sounds like that you guys had going on was communicating information back and forth during this busy time, right? I mean, is that fair to say?
I mean,
had to talk to each other.
Information is constantly flowing, but you got to remember that this is not the only case that's going on.
Right.
I mean, yes, information is flowing, but it's not the only case.
So you told the jury today that you testified to the preliminary hearing in June of 2016.
Correct.
You testified at the grand jury in July of 2016.
Correct.
Do you remember 3 years later, in September of 2019, this court held an evidentiary hearing?
Yes.
Do you recall that?
I did, ma'am.
And do you recall the judge specifically asking you, what evidence are you going to bring up to the courtroom for this hearing?
Absolutely.
And so 3 years after you had told the grand jury that you had a backseat, you told this court, I'm going to bring the backseat up to the courtroom, Judge.
That is not what I said, ma'am.
Tell us what you said.
We were inside the court. It was at the end of the court. We were trying to decide because there's over 200 pieces of evidence inside this case. And the judge asked, what's the biggest piece of evidence you have on the spot? And I was thinking and racking my brain. And I said, I don't know, the back seat, the carpet. I don't know, sir. And that's exactly how it went down. It was a misspeak, if you will. But I didn't, at that point, was not under oath. Didn't say anything of that nature. Just blurted it out.
And there's no backseat.
No, ma'am, there is not.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Real quick, Holly Mack is getting ready to leave, one of our lovely mods, and it's her birthday tomorrow. Everybody wish Holly Mack happy birthday.
Can you all approach just for a moment?
All right, we're almost done for the day.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Jones.
I think we got redirect and then
When we were here in court 3 years
We're
after the
done.
fact, talking about evidence to bring up, how often, how many murder cases did you have while you were in homicide, of which you were lead?
Over 8 that I was lead on, over 9, I don't know.
And then how many did you assist on?
We had, I think, somewhere around 100, over 125 homicide cases. And if you were working, you were involved. Unless you were presently investigating a case at that moment, if you were working, you were involved. If you had downtime, you were involved. Overtime, you were involved. So a lot.
And when did you all also have overdoses?
Oh, yeah. And suicides and overdoses and death investigations.
And how many overdoses were there at that period?
No idea.
Did you all have shootings, or was that separate?
Okay, so shootings were separate.
And by shootings, we mean where people are shot.
We call it non-fatal. They didn't die. Yes, they were included in homicide and we assisted with them, but we were not the lead detectives in those non-fatal shootings.
So in this case, you learn from, did you say Lieutenant Kessinger?
Lieutenant Kessinger.
Lieutenant Kessinger, that Peters has identified the dumpster where he thinks there's a backseat.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know, was Peters talking about an intact backseat like you would extract from a minivan, or was he talking about fabric cut out of a backseat that would be in a smaller car? Or did you know?
I didn't know.
Okay.
And I honestly couldn't recall.
Okay. And when you thought that the backseat had been part of the many items recovered from the dumpster, did you return to this case to confirm what had been recovered and sent to the lab?
No.
Did you just let things happen at the lab?
Yeah.
And why is it?
Because, first of all, our CSU text is a controlled and very much, we don't have access. We can't just walk down and walk in there and look at evidence. It's not how it works because it's evidence. So when that starts motion, the lead detective does not have access to it unless he's accompanied or let in there to get access to it. So there's no way that you wait for the CSU reports to come to you.
And so while this is going on, do you call the lab every week to see what's going on?
No, actually, we all know at that point with the situation that we have at the lab, it's about a year out before we get any results from the lab itself. So we're not calling because every time we call, we're taking away from their time at the lab. So we don't call.
And would it have made any difference to your analysis of this case, the arrest that you made, the investigation that you took, if you had realized that what Peters found in that dumpster was blankets and sheets and not a backseat?
No, absolutely not.
When you got information about where the backseat was from Mr. Carter, did you attempt to walk him through did you pull up a map on a cell phone and attempt to find it?
Yes. In the interview, we were trying to locate it as best we possibly could. We were expanding. Everything.
Do you wish you had the backseat?
Yes.
When you interviewed Mr. Carter and he told you of these, well, how many people did he tell you were also involved that we have not heard?
That we have not.
That we have not heard from the court?
That we have not. Okay.
All right. He said Brice Rhodes was involved, right?
Yes.
He said, obviously Maurice and Larry were there.
Corey Taylor.
Okay. Who else did he say?
He said that a dark-skinned male, a light-skinned male were involved.
Okay. And he said a female who left.
Who left before anything started.
What information did he give you about the dark skin?
I would have to recall, I would have to look at it, but I'm paraphrasing here, and please forgive me. I know he told us it was a dark-skinned individual, and I believe he said he might have recognized him from one of Brice's videos.
Were there YouTube rap videos out?
Yes.
And was he able to direct you to a video so that you could see a picture of this man?
Yes.
Okay. And is that how you identified the dark skin? Who will call the dark skin male?
That's how we went forward with it, to try and find the dark-skinned male. Once we were able to do that, we contacted, I believe it was KSP, and created a photo pack, and Juan Carter was able to pick him out of the photo pack.
Was he able to give you this sort of information about who we will refer to as the light-skinned male?
No. Said he did not know him, did not who he was, had never seen him before.
Did you ever get any more information than light-skinned male?
No, I did not.
During the interview with Anwan, you were asked whether other people were identified, such as Q Taylor. Did somebody interview Q?
Yes.
Okay. Did you all have any reason to get Q involved in this case for dropping his friends off, cousins off at a place where, as far as they knew at that time, a party was going to happen?
No.
Okay.
As to the police car on the Mazda, was the whole Mazda shipped to the lab?
No.
How do you all get,
possible DNA from a vehicle to the lab?
We swab it.
and what do you,
For each swab, and have you seen these swabs take place? For each swab, do they swab the whole car or do they just swab a swab?
You swab specific points. You have a control swab and then you have another swab. You moisten the other swab it, and they're kept separate in a separate box for each one.
And we heard from the lab tech a discrete number of swabs were sent.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
The shoes,
so you had a shoe print at the scene,
Yes, ma'am.
and that you asked the lab or somebody from
homicide asked the lab to test that against certain items, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What did they test that against?
I believe they tested against other shoes that were collected.
How many shoes that were collected did you know were associated with Brice Rhodes?
Actually, I don't know if any of them were. Maybe one.
Well, was he wearing shoes when he was arrested?
Yes.
Okay, were those shoes sent?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you all go back to Haight Avenue and collect shoes?
I don't believe so. No.
Have you reviewed the search warrant? Is there a page at the end of a search warrant where
Yes.
you list what was collected?
Yes, ma'am.
Were any
I can get
shoes,
them.
were any shoes collected from Haight Avenue?
No.
Thank you. No further questions. Judge Mayor?
Yes.
I just have a
Quick question for you that I want to clarify something for the jury.
We already have Andy
You
Mercy.
testified when Ms. Jones-Brown was just, or originally questioning you today. You mentioned something called Cellbrite. And you said the Cellbrite machine wasn't working.
No, it was working. It just wouldn't read the phone. It's in Mickey Kahn's letter. If you can refer to that, he is the individual, Detective Kahn, is the individual that did the analysis on the.
Okay. Can you tell the jury just what is Cellbrite?
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not a Cellbrite. I'm not a Cellbrite certified.
I know, but do you know what it is?
Yeah.
What kind of evidence you can get from it, or what is? Just give them a general idea. It doesn't have to be a.
Sure. The Cellbrite machine hooks up to the cell phone. It can do a download from the cell phone of information. I can't get into the specifics because I get a disc, a download disc, or a copy of whatever, and then it's interpreted for me.
And if that machine had worked, you said you tried to use it. Whose phone did you try to?
Maurice's.
Maurice's. And if it had worked, it would have shown who Maurice had texted, what websites he had visited, his contacts, his documents, his downloads, all of that kind of thing, correct?
Don't know, ma'am. I don't know if it
You
was
don't know if that's no, I'm talking about, is that the normal kind of information you receive from a Cellbrite report?
at that time in 2016. I don't know. I really don't know because it's been so long. Nowadays, when we do a download on a phone, yes, that information is available now because we use a similar, it's no longer called Cellbrite, but we use a similar machine now. I'm in Robert. We use a similar machine now that gives us all that information. If you're asking me if we were accessing that information in 2016, I don't recall, ma'am.
Do you recall if you attempted to run Cellbrite information on anybody else's phone, Mr. Rhodes' phone, anything, anybody else involved in the case?
I do not recall. No.
No further questions.
All right, Detective Snell, you can step down. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to break. I just want to ask the lawyers one scheduling thing, if you don't mind to come up.
Let's see if we can hear them.
So-
Oh. Nope, can't hear them. All right, let's get forward to where she's telling us what's going on. They're done for the
So
day.
go ahead and break. I'm going to read the full admonition to you again. Maybe we'll all know it by heart at the end of this room. Any other help that you need is what we're going to do is have you not come Monday until 12:30. So, have your lunch before you come because we'll just be taking short, restroom walk around breaks after that. So be back Monday outside these courtroom doors, the courtroom 703 at 12:30 p.m. Please try to be on time so we can get started. And we are still very much on track to have you done well before next Friday. Okay. All right. Thank you all.
So jury's not reporting till 12:30. I'm assuming they're going to be doing the, I'll go back and listen, but I don't know if they're going to be doing
Just 1 moment, please.
stuff with attorneys before that. She types so loud.
Thank you, Judge. I am moving the court to direct a verdict for the defendant and dismiss
Yeah, right.
this case on the basis that no reasonable jury can make a finding of guilt on the basis of the evidence that has been presented by the Commonwealth. Judge, the Commonwealth has not met its burden of proof by proving every element of every charge in the indictment, and I don't believe that any reasonable juror could infer otherwise.
Is that just a general DV to all charges?
Yes, to every, to every.
You don't want to address any charge in particular?
Specifically, no, I'm saying every element of every charge in the indictment has not been met.
Okay, that's denied. I think in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, there has been, I certainly cannot find that they've not met a single element. That's why I'm like, do you not have a more particular motion? Which I'm willing to hear, but
Judge, the biggest basis of the motion would be that the unreliability of the witnesses, that the witnesses have all given different statements and no juror could be able to rely on those.
can you tell me which witnesses you're referring to?
The co-defendants specifically.
Okay.
She was like, okay, that's fine.
You know, given the evidence thus far, I certainly agree that it is a fair game for the defense to argue the credibility of those witnesses. However, for purposes of directed verdict, and Mr. Rhodes, I want you to know this as well, for purposes of directed verdict, the law requires the court review the evidence that's been presented so far in the light most favorable to the state. And I do believe that throughout the last few days, or 4 days, I guess, that the state has produced through testimony and other evidence, when viewing it in the light most favorable to them, enough evidence that that they would survive a directed verdict motion. I don't find that any particular element is lacking, nor has that been brought to my attention. Anything else?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Okay. We need, yes.
We have an issue. Can we do it on the?
Yes, of course.
She said, okay, that's
Do
denied.
you want this on the record?
Sure.
She said, sure. Turn the microphones back on. That's rude. Oops. So rude. Ugh. This guy. I can't wait for him to get to his forever home.
As soon as we're done, if you have like, yes, actually, I can do that as soon as we're done. If you have like a, yeah.
We would request the same.
Sure. Do you all have a thumbs
I
up?
believe we do. Yeah.
If you do, great. If not, I can give it to you Monday or something. I might even be able to burn it.
I imagine it needs to be pretty big.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I was just thinking, well, I might be able to burn it, but I don't think a disc would be big enough. Can I go ahead and click the record so I can start it?
So this is my first.
All right.
His head is gross. His lips are gross. His attitude is gross. His spirit is gross. And I hope his prison cell is gross. And they didn't let us get no hot mic moments. Why are you laughing? Why are you smiling? You don't get to be happy. You killed an innocent man and children. Fall out of your chair. When they lean over to whisper like that, I'm always like, "Ooh, just fall." Like if it's like the chair would just like slip out from under him. Just slip on out. No shackles, nothing. Oh, he's just out. Oh, he's just gone. What the? Wait a minute. How is that? How is this a thing? Wait a minute. He's like, all right, peace out, y'all. See you Monday. What the heck? How is that allowed? I am bothered. That sheriff went running like, "Oh, we leaving now? All right, let me come on." He just walked out like he's just allowed to do that. What the heck? Not a fan. Not a fan. I am. Oh, let me check and see if they have responded to my FOIA request yet. they have assigned my FOIA request, but they have not sent me the stuff. So we'll see. I don't like him. Don't like him. Not a fan. Not a fan. All right, we're going to get our weekend started a little bit early. I need to go to the post office box, go run a few errands. So we're going to get this party started early. I appreciate y'all hanging out. Oh, you can see, look, you can see where this camera is. This is well, it's actually a blanket that I have sitting in my chair right here. So you can see how, like, this whole little setup for her is literally under my desk. Like, this is all, like, I have to sit Indian style all day, like crisscross applesauce, because Lucy takes up all the room down there. So we are going to end for today. Mel is live right now. He's got, I think it's an interview or something with Chuck Roast, one of Chuck Roast's friends. So I'm going to portal y'all over there so we can hear some juicy details about Chuck Roast and all of the stuff from our last trial. I'll find out the details on court on Monday. The jury's not going to be there until whatever it was, 12:30, but I'll find out if they're doing any kind of lawyer motions beforehand, so we know if we need to tune in early or not. So I'll have that stream set up sometime Sunday so that y'all can see it and know what time we're going to do it. So if not before then. I appreciate y'all so much hanging out. This has been quite a week. Y'all have made it great. So I appreciate each and every one of you. I will miss you all weekend, but I will be excited to see you on Monday. So, hands and feet and ponytails inside. I'm going to portal you over to Mel and we can hear all about Chuck Roast. So I appreciate you all, and I will see you over there in just a minute.